Convene the council meeting that started on Tuesday, November 10th. I will ask staff to keep themselves muted, please. And as I unmute you all,
it would
ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Skidmore?
Here.
Tierney?
Here.
Verveer?
Here.
Abbas?
Here.
Alboris? Balde?
Yes.
Vidar?
present.
Alder Carter is excused. Evers?
Here.
Foster?
Here.
Berman?
Present.
Harrington McKinney?
Present.
Heck?
Here.
Hennick?
Present.
Kemble?
Here.
Lemmer?
Here.
Martin is excused. Pressa Giacomo?
Here.
Rummel?
Present.
Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. All right. We will start then by taking Legistar 61827, the executive capital budget as amended by the Finance Committee, off of the table unless there is any objection to doing so. And I'll ask Vice President Abbas for a motion.
Motion to recommence.
I think the motion is to approve.
Sorry, I'm totally distracted. The kid was just running around my head, so I didn't hear what you said. Yes. Motion for that.
Motion to approve, Alder Vidar.
Second.
All right, the budget has been moved and seconded, so we'll then move into the amendments. Starting with amendment number 1, which is in the Community Development Division regarding affordable housing development projects. Alder Heck, your name is first. Would you like to make the motion?
Actually, Alder Evers is the one who did the majority of the legwork on this, so I think it's best to ask him.
Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move this for approval and then be glad to speak once it's seconded.
Second.
Thank you. As you recall, colleagues, Alder Heck and I came before you last year with a budget amendment for the same amount, $500,000, for the Affordable Housing Fund. The mayor had increased the fund and her executive budget by $500,000. So the amendment, which passed, increased the fund by $1 million in 2020. This was after 6 years of no growth in the fund. In addition to that increase, our amendment adjusted the budget language, and that was a very significant change as we created flexibility by uncoupling the use of the fund from tax credits. So here are some points to consider in support of this $500,000 capital budget amendment for this year for the Affordable Housing Fund. This increase will provide funds for the program sufficient to extend support to 5 proposed developments. These projects were approved last month by council, and it's estimated that these approved projects, would add nearly 250 units of affordable housing to our city. And it would do so without depriving any of the non-tax credit initiatives that this council has prioritized. And those non-tax credit initiatives that we prioritize include small scale developments like co-housing, co-op housing, preservation through renovating previously funded tax credit housing that has run its course of affordability, and by doing so, we can inject new money into it and preserve the affordability of this housing. Renovating housing that's owned by nonprofit housing developers, and also renovating and preserving naturally occurring affordable housing in our city. The fund can also be used to expand home ownership opportunities, particularly for people of color. Now, $2 million of the current fund is part of a RFP process that's already underway. An additional $2 million is available to support developments proposed on city-owned or CDA-owned property, including the parcel at 1202 South Park Street in District 13, a property that was acquired through the city's land banking fund. I'm asking you to vote in favor of this. In truth, we should be doing much more, but there are limits to what we can do with the budget. Limits imposed by the state and limits this year in particular due to COVID. But I think we'd all agree that the need is great. 5 years ago, UW researcher Kurt Paulson, in a needs assessment for Dane County, declared that countywide we need to build 1,000 units of affordable housing a year for the next several years to catch up to where we need to be. And we're not anywhere close to that. Our vacancy rates citywide are extremely low, which drives up the cost of housing, and our residents are feeling the pinch. UW's Institute for Research on Poverty concluded that 46% of Dane County residents are cost burdened, meaning that they pay over 30% of their income for rent. And more than half of those are extremely cost burdened, meaning they are paying more than 50% of their income in rent. Think of that. That's 26% of Dane County residents, most of them living in the city of Madison, who are paying over 50% of their income in rent. And these families, as a result, have less to spend on other necessities like food, healthcare, and transportation, and therefore more likely to have unstable housing and face eviction and possible homelessness. And yes, this is an issue of racial equity. The median Dane County Black household's income is 45% of the median white household income. In short, the need is great. We cannot do it alone, but we have to do what we can. Other cities, by the way, are turning to the private sector for help. Mayor Bottoms of Atlanta has pledged $1 billion in public and private funds to leverage an affordable housing strategy to stop displacement in her city. And the private sector in Seattle has gotten involved when Microsoft pledged $500 million to address that city's affordable housing crisis. We indeed do have a crisis in our own city. This budget amendment is a small but essential step forward. I ask for your support.
Thank you, Alder. And let me pause just to remind us all of the order of business that I'd like to try and follow tonight. We'll allow each Alder to move an amendment and speak to it, and then we'll pause and see if Alders have questions for staff, and then we'll resume discussion. So are there at this point any questions for staff on this item? Seeing none, is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of amendment number 1. And we'll move on to amendment number 2, which is also in the Community Development Division, funding for the men's homeless shelter. Alder Revere, your name is first.
Thank you, Mayor. I move adoption.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there any questions for staff? Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, is there any objection to record a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of amendment number 2, which brings us to amendment number 3 in the Economic Development Division regarding land banking. Vice President Abbas.
I would like to move a motion to adopt 3 substitute.
Second.
All right.
Thank you.
Vice President Boss, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, I will speak up. Alder Carter, unfortunately, we all know she's not here today, and a lot of thoughts and praise for her family. She worked really hard for Southside and also for her district, and her vision of land banking she shared with me, and she worked on this amendment. I'm one of the co-sponsor, and perhaps other co-sponsor might want to speak as well if they wish. So this particular amendment, I think so, it really shows the long-term community vision where we want to go as a city. I know this is particularly focused on a south side, but in future, I think so. This particular amendment is really important to provide quality financial and support services while promoting sustainable development in much needed south side as well as city of Madison. And also this amendment help us to develop in future much needed affordable housing and perhaps affordable businesses too uh, for minority owned businesses and people of color. I think so from city point of view, we need to create successful land bank programs to revitalize blighted neighborhoods and direct reinvestment back into neighborhoods to really support their long-term community vision. And I do think so. This particular amendments take us to the vision as a city we want to go. And I really optimistic this budget we're discussing about South Side, but hopefully in future we can see recommendations which will come back to Common Council in summer uh, about land banking, and we will see either we can expand that to north side, east side, west side, as well other places, and as a citywide policy. And with that, I will really encourage alders to support this amendment. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Seeing none, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of the substitute for Amendment 3 and move on to Amendment 4, which is in engineering, and Alder Tierney.
Good evening. This amendment is no longer required, so I just move that it be placed on file, please. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to placing this amendment on file? Seeing no objection, we will place Amendment 4 on file and move on to Amendment number 5, which is in the fire department, amending the budget for a crisis response team vehicle. And Alder, I don't see you all. Alder Kemble, would you like to make this motion?
Sure. Move adoption. Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there any questions? Or is there any discussion? Seeing neither, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of amendment number 5? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor. We'll move on to amendment number 6, which is in various departments. And Vice President Abbas, would you make this motion?
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Is there any discussion? Seeing neither, is there any objections? Recording unanimous vote in favor. Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of amendment number 6. Move on to amendment number 7, which is in the Parks Division regarding Pike Park. And Alder Rummel.
Move adoption.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Alder Badar. Alder Rummel, would you like to speak to this?
Thank you, Mayor. This moves forward capital improvement funds to do some planning. As many of you who've been around for a long time know, this park has taken a while to fully get implemented, and had purchased that corner, and we're ready to tear down some of the older buildings and make plan for new uses for at least one building. And we want to have a public engagement process and a little bit of money to help look at that building for potential uses. So this will
Alder,
put forward a couple of years.
are there any questions? Is there any discussion? Seeing neither, is there any objections? Recording unanimous vote in favor. Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of amendment number 7 and move on to amendment number 8. Vice President Abbas,
Move to adopt.
Alder Badar, Alder Badar, I take that as a second. Yeah.
Sorry.
Are there any questions for staff? Is there any discussion? Seeing neither, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of amendment number 8? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of amendment number 8. And move on to amendment number 9, which is in the water utility regarding water utility facility improvements. Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. I move adoption.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Alder Revere, would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, just briefly, Mayor, thank you to explain to my colleagues in case they're not familiar that Crawley Station is the name of water utility well number 17, which it really is a gateway to the downtown. It's very high profile water utility asset on East Wilson Street, adjacent to John Nolan Drive and Lair Street. So just a few blocks from the Capitol Square. This is a sister amendment to one that the Finance Committee included in the operating budget deliberations for the capital projects that would be envisioned as part of an ongoing neighborhood visioning process that is currently well underway. And I certainly want to take a moment further here to thank the water utility staff and particularly General Manager Heikkinen for their support of both this amendment and the operating budget amendment, and would certainly appreciate my colleagues' support as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any questions for staff on this item? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor?
I know you are.
Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of amendment number 9. Which brings us to the end of the capital budget amendments. And I'll ask staff from finance if they would give us an update on where that puts us on the capital budget. Do we have Mr. Schmidtke or Ms. Larson? Or we'll just watch Vice President Abbas's kids for a moment.
Did you ask for a motion?
No, I'm asking for an update from the finance department. And we're admiring your children.
Thank you. And sorry, my speaker was not muted. In Urdu, I was telling her in my native language, you need to sit down.
No worries. Laura, are you able to give us an update on the capital budget?
So based off of the 9 capital amendments, those amendments increase the 2021 GEO borrowing by $4,145,000, which will bring the 2021 adopted capital budget to $125,070,875,000 in GEO borrowing. The other funds total will be I just want to get there. The other funds total will be $45,540,650, meaning the total adopted capital budget will be $170,611,525 million.
Thank you, Laura. All right, so then on the capital budget as amended, are there any questions or is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing none, we will record unanimous vote in favor of the capital budget and move on to item number 3 on our agenda, which is Legislature 62322, the 2021 Executive Operating Budget as amended by the Finance Committee. Vice President Abbas, a motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt, and now we'll move into the amendments. And just give me a second to get that list. All right, starting with amendment number 1 in the Common Council office. Alder Foster, would you like to make this motion?
Move adoption.
Is there a second? Alder Kemble?
Second.
Thank you. Alder Foster, do you wish to speak to this?
Sure. So this is seeking to move forward one of the priority recommendations from the TFOG's report, which is around the eventual creation of an Office of Resident Engagement and Neighborhood Support. This would be the first step in working towards that goal by creating a Director of Resident and Community Engagement. This amendment is budget neutral by essentially repurposing the Common Council Chief of Staff position into this proposed Director of Resident and Community Engagement position that would also pick up the core duties of the Chief of Staff position as it relates to leadership in the council office. Upon approval of this, there would be work done to flesh out the position description, but I think that's probably the high-level description for purposes tonight.
Thank you, Alder. Are there questions for staff on this item? Seeing none, is there discussion? Alder Kemble.
I would just add that we've already sort of moved in this direction by earlier this year, directing our Chief of Staff to head up a BCC administrative support team. And that work started, but I think it's stalled out a little bit. And now that we're going to be losing our Chief of Staff, we feel that we and the TFOG's implementation committee, as well as former TFOG's members, feel like this is such a huge part of the recommendations. So even the structure of the council and how many alders and full-time, part-time is less important than resident and community engagement and the overhaul of the BCC system. So this position would be in charge of really managing that, not doing it themselves, but organizing that, take on the roles that we envisioned, that we asked the chief of staff to do, to coordinate BCC administrative services, and then as well as the BCC self-audit process, and then an eventual process for to put in front of the council for considering transformation of the committees. So that's another element of this. This is paired with an alternate because at Finance Committee, there were questions. We tried to address them in the narrative of this one as well as in 1A. So the difference between 1 and 1A is that 1, we just take the budget authority for the chief of staff and put that towards this new position. And 1A holds both positions, creates, it actually doesn't even create a position. 1A puts forward $100,000 to start the work of resident and community engagement from the office of the Common Council, and asks both TFOG's implementation and CCEC to work in tandem on job descriptions for both. So that's the difference.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. My questions about moving in this direction are several. Is that the executive committee spent a very robust period in time determining that we did need a chief of staff. And in that time, the position of chief of staff has not really found its footing. It's not found its footing because when it was originally designed, there had not been a chief of staff before. So we have learned a lot. My concerns is that we have elected officials and the chief of staff has a leadership position, and removing that position means that, what kind of authority does the community engagement director have? The other thing that really concerns me is that we're looking at developing a Department of Community Engagement. As a citywide overall initiative, we do not have any direction of what that means. We are currently under contract or contracting with Equity by Design to get a coordinated citywide determination of exactly what is community engagement. And until that is in place, I think, is it needed? It absolutely is. But this is certainly premature. We have a chief of staff. We've had a chief of staff that has gone through the process of knowing what we need. But to eliminate this position at this particular time, when we have so many new initiatives coming in, is not in the best interest. The other thing that concerns me, and it really concerns me, is that as we're looking at the boards, committees, and commissions, and looking at staff that is used in that. I will use the example of the Public Safety Committee, is that staff person has spent an inordinate amount of time just staffing that position. So there's still a lot to look at. This is premature, and I would urge my colleagues to really look at, is this what we need at this particular time? The mayor has chief of staffs in her office to help her to run the business of the city, and each chief of staff has specific responsibilities. The chief of staff for the alders is critically important. Alders are elected by the body, by the constituents, and should have that strong representation. And one of the queries I asked the mayor is, what would that position mean if there was a director of community engagement? Would that person have equal footage with the other directors, with her chief of staff? And there was not a definitive answer for me. I want to hold the chief of staff position. I think that as we have moved forward in the chief of staff position, that person has served 20 alders with 20 different things that they wanted, and there's not been a clear opportunity for that person in that position to take hold of that leadership. It really is time for that position, that person in that leadership role, to take hold of the position of being a chief of staff for the alders that are elected by the body. And so I would ask you to consider, is this timely? Number two, do we have an overall initiative of understanding what is community engagement? And we cannot spend another year trying to figure it out. We have spent time trying to figure out what a chief of staff should do. We want to make sure that this person is on the ground running. We've had the experience of having a chief of staff, knowing what works, what does not work, having a plan for the chief of staff to take hold, and move forward. And this is not the time to put that on the shelf and start a brand new initiative doing something brand new. We have a chief of staff. Let's use that chief of staff. We have a position for a chief of staff. Let us use that position wisely so that it can build credibility and input for our overall community. And I'll speak more later. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Skidmore.
Thank you. And I want to echo Alder Harrington McKinney's comments. I do believe that this proposal is premature. I think we're making a fairly major policy decision in the budget by eliminating that position and going with a different structure. And I do think that it's premature because we haven't sorted out the actual direction that we're going to be going with TFOG recommendations. They haven't been issued, and there are assumptions being made here. I also agree that we have significant work to do on TFOG. We spent 2 years studying this, and one of the major elements was to look at our BCC structure. And I think one of the recommendations coming out of TFOG is we should study our BCC structure. So I don't think we're complete on that end. And I think that this is very premature. I'm not going to be supporting this proposal for that reason. That's not to say that this will not flesh out later, but we're making assumptions now that is going to dictate the direction we're going, and I don't agree with that. So that's all for now.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. wanted to respond to some of the things I've heard. There are TFOG recommendations. Whether or not the council wants to adopt them, obviously we're going to need to figure that out. But I do want to make it clear there are recommendations from all the work that TFOG put in. I think we all seem to agree that we need to figure out what our constituent service and resident engagement plan is based on TFOG's recommendations. And I know there's a consultant doing work, and I know we need to do stuff with BCCs. And so the question is, who is going to do that? So we're going to get a report from a consultant that will build on the TFOG's work, talking to us about how to better our constituent service and resident engagement. There is no plan yet on how to actually do anything with that. In an ideal world, I would love to see us have both a chief of staff in this role, but there just isn't enough money for it. And in my opinion, the goal of this role is to service our residents, and the goal of the chief of staff is to service the elders. And I think in tough times, I'd rather see us be dedicating resources towards helping our residents, which will certainly help elders as well. If we had somebody that was in charge of fixing the BCC system, in charge of all the different stuff that's been put into resident engagement, that stuff's going to get done. Absolutely, the job is not defined yet, and there would need to be a process in place to define the job, and this amendment is clear about that. But I think this, in my opinion, and the reason I'm sponsoring it is I think this is a better use of our limited resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Hennick.
Yes, thank you. First, I think that the chief of staff position elimination is a separate issue, and I think we should have that conversation, but I don't think that the two are self-eliminating. And second, I believe that in a budget year such as this, that there are numerous other positions that are a higher priority than adding another $100,000 position in the council office. So I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Foster.
Thank you. Just briefly, I wanted to also respond to some of the comments I've heard from several folks that this is premature and perhaps we should be focusing on improving our BCC structure instead. I hope most of you have been able to really thoroughly read the recommendations from TFOGs, but this proposal right here is the linchpin to doing that work. So anyone that really believes strongly in revamping our BCC structure, that is not going to happen on its own. It's not going to happen by the TFOGs implementation group. It's not going to happen by CCC. This recommendation is meant to move that work forward. And secondly, I would say that I could support either 1 or 1A. I do believe that this will work with option 1. And that given the really tight budget, it's my preference. I think we can do this. I think we have a very good concept to be able to, again, take care of the core duties that are currently being met by the chief of staff position. And as Alder Furman said, this really shifts the focus from serving alders to serving residents. And I think as alders, that's our primary job. And to the degree that this is successful in shifting that focus onto our residents, that will be a huge help to us. And that's the way that we should be thinking about this. I really would encourage you to think deeply on this. If you prefer 1A, then certainly vote for that. But if you're feeling that you are not interested in supporting either 1 or 1A, you're essentially saying we're not going to accept that recommendation from TFOGs and we're not going to make any progress on it in 2021. So I would really strongly encourage everybody to support this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. Vice President Abbas, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for all the alders who work on a TFOX implementation group as well as a TFOX group for years and years. I appreciate their work and also community members. So the report says about creating an office for resident engagement. I have a couple of community engagement office. I have a couple of concerns, and also I think so it's also right direction to move. So I'm not going to support 1, but I will support 1A. So I'm going to express some of my concerns. So if in future, if we decide to create this a shape of an office, then this particular position, we don't have a job description at the moment. So let's say if we change chief of staff into resident engagement, then that person, staff have to report that resident engagement director or whatever that position is. And when that position will leave, that will create a gap among existing council office structure. The second point is we already TFOG's recommendation about full-time and part-time. That resolution is coming in front of Common Council very soon for introduction and then for debate. And if, let's say, if that resolution won't move forward, or if community decided at large, we want to keep the structure as it is, 20 alders, then the question in front of us is, will that 3-staff structure at the moment at the Common Council, it is sufficient to provide those services? Do we want to expand it? Of course, the recommendation of TFOX is to have director position and the office of community engagement. And I think so, again, I agree with that direction, but I do believe we need to provide them more help to the council office in case in future, and we don't have an answer yet, either we're going to do full-time, part-time, or whatever structure is going to be. I will support that idea of having a $100,000 either to help doing those studies or work on resident engagement, and perhaps in the language which is written to hire a new position. So at least that position can really forecast, and by then we have more answers in front of us. Either we're keeping the same structure of the council or different. And at that point, we can also next year, we can move forward with other amendments and see how we have to create collaboration between council office as well as the mayor office, because a lot of this position is very key to work with city staff and also with the mayor office to have that communication channel all built together to engage with community. So at this, and also regarding the chief of staff position, I'm in agreement to revise the job description to recheck, and I think so that can be done on CCEC. So these are some of my concerns and some of my thoughts, and I will not support one, but I will support 1A. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Heck.
Thank you, Mayor. As a member of the President's Work Group on Alder Communications, I recognize that in our report, a great deal of what we had to say overlapped with TFOG's recommendations. And in particular, we found the lack of resident engagement throughout the city, particularly in disenfranchised communities, to be a huge concern. And I really think that it's should be a real priority to establish this position. And frankly, I think it's more important than having a chief of staff position. And if we choose one, if we should choose 1A, that's going to impact our discussion for the rest of the evening, as that's $100,000 that we've eaten up. And so I plan on supporting the first Amendment 1, and because of the need to save some money and the need to address resident engagement primarily. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue. Based on the comments, I'm expecting that a roll call will be requested. So we will move into Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And this might have slipped by me, the opportunity to ask staff a question. Did I miss that opportunity?
Alder, we generally start there, and I did offer the opportunity, but if you have a question for staff, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to ask the IT staff. Who's there from IT?
We have Sarah Edgerton here.
Sarah, yes.
Sarah, you're unmuted. Go ahead, Alder.
Okay, Sarah, my question in one of the TFOG meetings that I did sit in on, it seemed to be a concern about the staffing of the boards, committees, and commissions. Could you speak to what that staffing level concern? I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I remember that I walked away thinking that this was really a priority in terms of connecting the staffing liaison to the TFOG's recommendation.
Can you remind me, was it the staffing of, was the conversation around how we support the boards, commissions, and committees?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
yes.
okay. And this is for all city staff, or are you talking specifically IT staff?
I think you linked both. You were talking about the staffing that supported the boards, committees, and commissions, and then there was the other part that you talked about, the IT staff supporting the many boards, committees, and commissions.
So there's two pieces to this. So there's the who supports the boards, commissions, and committees. So each department is supporting their commission or committee or board. And then there is the overall, which is the attorney's office assisting with training, mayor's office assisting with once they're appointed, the liaison there and getting vacancies filled. There is also the part of the training of city staff for working with the boards, commissions, and committees and all of the processes that go along with that. And then from the IT perspective, it's supporting the software that is used and the hardware. So for city IT, that would include Legistar, so the legislative software that we use for moving through legislation. And then also all of the back-end development that is done for the registration, for the weekly meeting schedules, et cetera. And then there is also the covering of the board's commission and committee meetings. It's also done by other IT staff, either virtually or when we are post-COVID, in person or in hybrid. So there are many different pieces to this with many different agencies that are working on this at different times as part of that legislative process. And there is also the issue of because we have so many boards, commissions, and committees, it's very hard to keep the consistency that is needed across the city, which I think is one of the big pieces of the TFOG's report, which was addressing how many boards, commission, and committee meetings, or not meetings, but boards, commission, and committees that we have, and that needed to be addressed and looked at. The more you have, the less you're going to have of that consistency, and you're going to have more issues with each committee, commission, or board doing things differently. And so there is a need for oversight on that piece. But there has to be a lot of work on looking at what those gaps are and figuring out what needs to be addressed in terms of what is training, what is that we have different understanding of how boards, commission, and committees are supposed to work. And then also what is the lack of software, and do we need to be looking at new software, which is part of one of IT's projects for next year. So there's many different components to it, and it's going to take an entire team effort of many different city staff to get this to move forward. And we're going to need to work with the boards, commissions, and committees. And we're also going to need to work with the council, and we're going to need to work with the mayor's office. Did I answer your question?
You absolutely answered my question. I have a follow-up question, and then I'll summarize. I see that Chief Wall is on it. Chief, I have a question for you.
Go ahead, Alder.
Okay, thank you. Chief, I asked for an open records request just to get an idea of the support staffing to Public Safety and Review Committee. Could you summarize what that looked like?
Yeah, I'll go by memory the best I can. We, one of our civilian employees, a police report typist, is the staff person for the PSRC, so she assists with putting the agenda together and doing sort of the administrative tasks, and she also attends all the meetings and sort of runs the Zoom piece of it. And then we also have one commissioned person, a captain, that is our sort of designated representative, and she attends all the meetings. And then there's been a number of meetings that have had some topics that required me to be there or to require other staff to be there. And there's been a number of public records requests that have come through. So those things in combination, as far as the PSRC is concerned, have generated a lot of workload for not only our commission staff, but some of our civilian staff.
Okay, now I'm ready to summarize. The reason that I asked for that input is that we always revert back to the statement of underrepresented communities. And when we say underrepresented communities, there seems to be a lack of what that quality, that end result should be. And it concerns me that when we talk about underrepresented communities, we are willing to throw it up against the wall and see if it sticks. And certainly there is a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of coordination to be done. We are not there yet. Do we need to get there? Absolutely, we do need to get there. But we can move to that position with the chief of staff coordinating and being in those spaces to help us to figure it out. We must stop giving our underrepresented communities, and I wish that I had a tally board of how many times I've heard that. We are not being responsible in giving our communities, our underrepresented communities, that seems to be the catch-all phrase, the best that the city has to offer. What we do is we put it together and we throw it out there and we figure it out as we go. It is time that the city has an overall model of what public engagement is. It confuses our community when there's a lack of consistency, a lack of high priority, that what is the end result? We do it all the time, and it is time to stop. When you say underrepresented community, my question is this: what is the quality of the end result? Now, if we are going to continue just to give, whatever we come up with and we'll figure it out as we move along, that is disingenuous. And so my challenge of why I'm not supporting this is that the office and the role of a chief of staff should be in the middle of that table, trying and helping to figure it out. And as the chief of staff figures it out, to come back to this body that's representative and say, this is what's so, this is what's not so. We are not there yet. And so I ask my colleagues to consider why this is premature. I ask my colleagues not to support this because we are not there. And I ask my colleagues, what do you mean when you say serving underrepresented communities? What is the quality of that service? And we just need to give it more thought. This is just not ready yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Balde.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just for the sake of time, for all the reasons that Alder McKinney advanced about this amendment, I will not be supporting it. So Alder McKinney is coming from a vantage point where he's a minority. And so I think it is important that minority people be listened to in issues like this. But beyond that, for the past 2 years when we had a chief of staff, I personally can witness that there has been a lot of outreach to the minority communities. I am not sure if all the elders were privy to that, but I know the minority communities were privy to it and they knew there was some outreach. I am also not sure whether the elders did reach out to the chief of staff and ask for information around that area. So in other words, I mean, we have always talked about people of color, outreach and who is not participating. When I was council president, I tried to advance the 311 center. We get some studies be done around it. Out of nowhere, there was a full-time campaign to stop that. As a person of color, as a minority member of this community, I know what my community needs to be part of this local city government. A 311 center would have given them opportunity to log into a computer and be able to have conversation with city staff. A 311 center would have given them an opportunity to call one number and get the information they needed. A 311 center would have given them an outpost outside of downtown for them to go and ask for services within the city or how they can be engaged. Anytime we want to do huge thing like this, we give minority as an excuse that this is for disadvantaged people who are poor and all this kind of stuff. I do not think this is the right time. I called into one meeting to ask questions. I was told that that was not the right time. So I think we should wait until when every member of the council has time to discuss this in detail. Yes, there were discussions around TFAG as to what some of these things should happen. I think council leadership should also take a role in this. But I do not see that happening. So I will not support this. I'll not support Amendment B also. So just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be supporting one, and with all due respect to Alder Baudet and Alder McKinney, we have a tradition to study things to death and to talk about things and not actually moving forward. And I think we do have direction from the TFOGs. We have a direction of really what's a primary way to go in terms of resident outreach. And I think it's time to move forward with that. It's not necessary to have a chief of staff to coordinate that activity. We can streamline it by moving ahead. So I'll be supporting one. I'll not be supporting 1A. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no further alders in the queue. So we'll move to a vote. I'm going to unmute everyone and ask staff to please mute themselves on their ends. And ask so all those in favor of Amendment 1, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will call the roll.
May I ask how many votes are needed for the item to pass, please?
11.
Begin the roll call now. Alder Skidmore?
No.
No. Tierney?
Aye.
Aye. Verveer?
Aye.
Aye. Abbas?
No.
No. Alburis?
No.
No. Balde?
No.
No. Bidar?
No.
No. Carter's excused. Evers?
Aye.
Aye. Foster?
Aye.
Alder Foster?
Aye.
Aye. Furman?
Aye.
Aye. Harrington McKinney?
No.
No. Heck?
Aye.
Aye. Hennick?
No.
No. Kemble?
Aye.
Aye. Lemmer?
No.
No. Martin is excused. Presta Giacomo?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Rummel?
Aye.
Aye. That is 10 ayes and 8 noes.
With 10 ayes and 8 noes, the item fails. And we will move on to amendment number 2. Alder Foster.
Move adoption.
Is there a second?
Second.
Alder Badar will second. Alder Foster, do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, just real briefly. I know some of you have mentioned that you supported the previous and didn't support this. I also know that we have limited funds that are available to us, but I'll just reinforce that if we fail to pass this after failing to pass the last one, we will.
I'm sorry, Alder, are you moving amendment number 1 alternate?
Yes.
Okay, I had moved on to item number 2, so I just want everybody to be on the same page.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
you're entitled to move 1A, but let's start from the top again then. So Alder Foster, do you wish to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move 1A.
Is there a second? Alder Kemble will second. And now Alder Foster.
Thanks. Yeah, so I just encourage people to think through this and vote for it. It basically gives us the opportunity to move forward with the resident engagement component, but does not remove the chief of staff at this time. And it allows time for the Chief Fox Implementation Group and CCEC to work together to fully evaluate the future of the chief of staff role. And if the intent is to keep that role, it would allow up to $100,000 to be used to hire staff to move forward with resident engagement. So I would ask for your support.
Thank you, Alder. Are there questions or is there further discussion of the alternate amendment number 1? Alder Kemble.
I would just add that the work of rationalizing our BCC system, which I'll underscore will not happen unless there's a dedicated person to do it. And we've asked our chief of staff to do it in September, and we have not had hardly any movement on it because the chief of staff position doesn't have the clear direction to do that. The chief of staff position is something different. So the most major recommendations coming out of TFOGS is to overhaul our BCC system. Overhauling the BCC system will likely result in budget savings in terms of staff time, depending on how we go. But this work is not going to do itself. Even with the TFOGS implementation committee, a committee can't do this work. We need a person dedicated to thinking about this in the context of how our residents help make policy in this city. And this is so critical. And after all the work of TFOGS and this being their number 1 recommendation, I really hope we do not vote this down.
Thank you, Alder. Is there further discussion? Alder Balde.
So I have a question for the chief of staff. Kwesi, are you on?
He is. Go ahead, Alder.
All right. So can you speak to your, basically as your role as a chief of staff, what your engagement was with the community?
Yeah, so one of the things that I did, understanding that the role of the chief of staff was to really figure out how the best way to get alders to kind of move their work forward. So I kind of viewed it from multiple fronts. 1, being a liaison to the mayor's office. 2, being a liaison with city staff, because a lot of this work would actually require city staff's both expertise and knowledge in either executing work or basically informing us on the capacity to be able to do that work. And then 3, having that community engagement piece. So a classic example was when the Cashier House situation came up. I tried and was intentional about building legway with the Hmong community. I made legway with the Tibetan community, the African American community, the Afro Caribbean communities, and really going to these places, whether they had community meetings or neighborhood meetings, handing out my card to let them know that there was somebody in the council office. I went to different NRT meetings as well to do the same, so that they would have contacts where if they could not reach their alder, they could also reach me as well in being able to voice any kind of concerns that would basically help leverage all the information that alders would have to be able to make an informed decision when voting on a policy.
So in your capacity as the chief of staff, you're saying that there was some community engagement or resident engagement. Is that true or no?
Yeah, that was definitely a key part of my work, yes. And it wasn't even just limited to ethnic community groups. I was intentional about joining Leadership Greater Madison to be able to build networks as well with various communities in the business district, whether it's the chamber, whether it's MMSD, whether it was with MGNE. So it was definitely an integral part of the work. And I think, we, and even as a collective group, we went to, Central Hispano, we really trying to make connections with various parts of the city. And so the question really became, as policies come up, how do we present comprehensive information to alders so that when they're voting, they're not just taking the fiscal note into account and knowing how much it's going to cost, but also getting some feedback. I've also actually engaged with DCR quite a bit to figure out how to better have a process where we can really tap into that equity analysis, kind of speaking to some of what Alder Harrington McKinney was talking about, where, not all legislation is kind of equal, but figuring out what kind of criteria and stages would we need to be able to strategize on community engagement to get feedback, whether it was going to be having a more robust EEOC committee meeting and having people come and voice their concerns there. So there's several pieces that have been coming into play. And actually, some of the conversation, too, has been with Annette Miller, because there was the conversation about how this function, which should be a citywide function, should kind of look like. So we kind of had those conversations as well. Myself, as well as my office, was an integral part of performance excellence, which was really looking into that piece as well.
So was there at any point in time during your engagement with this community, did something come that alluded to the need for a resident engagement outside of the work that you were doing?
I think what TFOGS came up with was valid, and a lot of it came up. I think some of my fellow department heads can kind of speak to it when we had conversations about, voice of the customer, and basically not just how we can talk about what the city is doing, but how we can also receive feedback from the community in terms of how well we're doing. So it's all stuff that was working. Now, there are certain things that have happened, COVID being part of it, and then, we had a deputy mayor who was kind of working heavily in performance excellence, and because of COVID and reshuffling of priorities, some of that work kind of slowed down a little bit. But there are things that even the department heads can speak to in terms of things that were kind of in the works that we were trying to move forward in terms of making sure that we can really push that information. Like you mentioned, 311 was one thing that we talked about. We went to different trainings. I was in trainings with the IT manager and stuff about how we have too many different ways in which the community is able to voice concerns to the city, whether they call our office, whether they reach out to the alders, whether they reach out to the mayor's office or reach out to department heads themselves, and how we can better streamline that process. The conversations about having a citywide PIO kind of came up in that context as well. So there are several things that we kind of talked about policy-wise that would have helped to address some of these issues that I think city staff have kind of identified as well. I don't think the concerns that were raised by the community were necessarily things that city staff were oblivious to. There were things that everyone was kind of fully aware, and there were different things that we were working towards to kind of enhance that. And I know the TFOGS report puts CCEC kind of at the helm of looking into the BCCs, but we even had internally conversations about how to really amplify the staffing capacities of BCCs. And I had suggested that, the department heads really get invited to some of the meetings formally so that they can talk about some of the things that they're working on and some of the challenges, to be able to really talk about some of the work that they're doing in those areas.
So being the outgoing chief of staff and doing this work for at least 2 years or so, do you think that you also understand that this amendment is going to keep the chief of staff position and create basically a resident engagement position? Do you believe that if the chief of staff position is reviewed and then the roles, the responsibility is looked into based off of the work that you've been doing, this work may not have been clearly factored into your role? Do you think the chief of staff position is designed or built to be able to carry this responsibility?
That's a tough question. I don't want to necessarily speak to the policy. I do think that as it pertains to resident engagement, is definitely not a one-man job. And I think the chief of staff and staff in the office definitely have a role, because I do think if there is a chief of staff and whoever that person is, definitely has to build credibility with the community, right? And I don't think that necessarily substitutes for conversations that alders themselves will have with their own constituents, because there have been times when I've done engagement and the communities want to hear from the elected officials themselves. So I don't think it necessarily substitutes for that. So I do think there's several things that can happen in parallel and simultaneously. I do think that the concerns raised by TFOGs were very, very critical in terms of the outreach and how the outreach needs to be done. There might be some kind of protocol or formal consistency in terms of, as it pertains to whether policy or operations, when it is that we engage with community groups and how we do that. And I think that's part of what the consultant is supposed to be looking into. But again, it has to be a comprehensive approach. And I don't think any government branch can necessarily reach an approach that unilaterally. From my personal opinion, I think, we've definitely tried to have a more robust constituent services office approach in the office between my outreach and then I definitely committed one staff person to doing constituent engagement, and she was the one facilitating sending out mailings for neighborhood meetings and such. But I also think that it has to be kind of coordinated also with departments kind of being in the loop with when, planning is doing outreach for a project or transportation is doing outreach for a project, or even if there are initiatives coming from the mayor's office, even having somebody who can be that point person to also liaise with the mayor's chief of staff and the deputy mayors. There have been situations where I've gone to seminars with the deputy mayors, for example, at the Urban League, because they had concerns about gentrification on the south side and what asset-based community development will look like. So there are a lot of things, and depending on the alders and their interests, they become preview to some of those conversations, as you had mentioned, because even as issues erupted with Black Lives Matter, for example, I was able to facilitate your meetings with some of these different constituent groups and having conversations about some of those topics.
All right, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so Mayor, I have a question. Is this questioning time or also deliberation?
Go ahead, Alder.
Okay. So I just wanted to say, based off of that, but off of my previous comments, I will not support this either. I think we should come to the drawing board, all the Evers. With due respect to you also, like you said earlier, I do think just because these recommendations are coming from TFAC, that is not enough for us to pass these resolutions and say it's time to implement them. I think every member of the council should have a say around how we structure this stuff, and that has not happened, at least in my opinion. Yes, it has happened at committee level, but it has not happened at the level where we all can contribute and have a discussion around this. The chief of staff position was not well matured yet. There was a lot of process to review the chief of staff role and see how we can improve it. I think that process should continue, even though Kwesi is leaving and all that. So I will not support this, and I would encourage my colleagues not to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. I thank our Alder Valde for asking such good questions of our Chief of Staff. You got to many of the questions I had. The one thing you didn't say that I'll just say now is good luck, Kwesi. Thank you so much for joining us and helping us figure out the way forward. Wish you the best of luck. And it's been a pleasure to work with you. And then well, this isn't final, but it seemed like the right moment to say that. And I guess, I think this is the place to have the conversation, as Alder Valde said. We've had it, as you mentioned, as various subunit levels and through TFOGs. But as we're moving forward at our next meeting to discuss whether, we should put out on next spring's ballot, whether to have a full-time council and reduce the size. What is the infrastructure that's going to go with that? I mean, how are we preparing now to think about what will we need to have in place as we go forward? And I think that, I won't say pro or con a smaller council, but let's argue that that was the thing that was put forward. And there's the future alder in that position deals with potentially double the number of constituents. And, depending on if they have experience in neighborhood stuff or a previous alder or whatever, there's going to be new people to meet and making sure you do the outreach and get to know everybody. And I think this position, having devoted assets to help us get ready for whatever, either that smaller size council or doing a better job with the model that we have now. So, we always say, like, the people who, know how to show up do, but how do we make sure not just, reaching the most marginalized, but just all kinds of people that don't show up, all kinds of residents that we know are kind of, don't really pay attention until the street gets changed or, something happens, with an act of violence or something, and they start to pay attention. So I think it's our coming duty to prepare ourselves. And while I might have preferred the first number one, I'm going to support 1A. I guess I think that even in spite of not really wanting to hire more staff, given that, the limits of that, I think this is an important position as we go forward with our future decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I go back to performance excellence, and in the very early meetings of performance excellence, it was clear the statement is that without process, and that when we talk about process, we've learned through our deliberations is that process is used when it's convenient to move our agenda forward, and that has been what's so. But when we're looking at performance excellence, as a city, we have the responsibility of offering the best to our constituents. And when we ask that question is, how do we offer and serve the best to our community? We need to have coordinated efforts, and Kwesi mentioned liaison with, execution of, community engagement, and it all boils down to a coordinated way that the city reaches those who are privileged and they can dial into Zoom. And we also have to know how we can reach those individuals that we've termed underrepresented. But we must, as a city, have a well-coordinated plan to do that, and we don't have that. It was mentioned by one of the alders that the chief of staff did not have clear direction. Can I put that in the framework that it was used? but clear direction to the chief of staff and responsibility, that falls on us. If there was not clear direction, if we were not getting what we needed to receive out of that position, why are we throwing it out and starting all over from square one? We have learned more than we had when this position was put in play. We have learned what worked. We've learned what's missing. And thank you, Kwesi, for being on board. We have learned a lot in those 2 years in order to move forward. The buck stops with us and how we create a chief of staff, an operating office that we can serve our constituents in the best possible way. We cannot do that without performance excellence. We cannot do that if we're not connecting and having those discussions by department of what does that mean? How do we connect so that when we present to our constituents, it is a coordinated effort. I say that we have, and one of the alders said that we spend a lot of time talking. Well, guess what? We don't spend enough time offering the best to our community. And in not having any coordination in how we are presenting, we're spending a lot of time duplicating the same efforts when we can have a coordinated effort to reach our constituents so that they could understand what that level of communication is. And so I will not be supporting anything that impacts that decision related to that office until we do a better job in figuring out and giving clear direction of what we want, how we want it, what's missing, and what we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, the reason why I wasn't going to support 1A is I had not yet done my arithmetic in terms of seeing where we were at with the levy limit. And so I will say to my colleagues now that I plan to vote in favor of 1A, and here's why. And it actually speaks to some of what Alder Harrington McKinney just spoke to. And in fact, much of what she had to say, I think actually is an argument in favor of this new hire in this position. I will clarify, though, this does not trample on or any way impinge upon the role of a chief of staff. It's a separate hire. So any comments about whether or not we gave appropriate amount of direction to the chief of staff is on us. That remains perhaps an obligation of this body, but this new position doesn't have anything to do with that. This new position, speaking of a process that Alder McKinney rightfully acknowledged, emanates actually from that process. Remember, a month ago on a Thursday evening, we sat and learned and got the full report on TFOGs from the people who were really behind it. I recall a discussion about 90 meetings that were held over a 2-year period, more than 90, I think, every 2 weeks for 2 years. That's process. That's a lot of process. And the number one recommendation was for this particular role about resident engagement. Now, there is not much consensus. I would say there's not consensus about the other recommendation. There's still, I've talked to alders differing of opinions whether we should move to a full-time council or whether we should remain as we are half-time employees of the city. But there seems to be a consensus that we have too many boards, committees, and commissions, that we have over 100 BCCs, and that's highly inefficient. And it's quite nearly the number one recommendation of TFOGs that we address that, and that we put together this Office of Resident Engagement. We have the money and the levy limit to do this. I've checked. And I think it's either we say that work, that process, that very important process doesn't matter, or we go ahead and vote for this. And I'm going to vote for this, and I encourage you to do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Berman.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry to prolong this conversation. I just wanted to really point out something that I think is important to point out of what this amendment is doing. This amendment is not establishing a new position. There is no position that's defined. What this amendment is doing is adding money to the council's budget, $100,000 for use in resident and community engagement activities. The specific use of these funds will be defined and implemented through further council action in the future. This funding may be used to create an additional position in the Common Council office. So the point is that, very purposely, there is nothing defined yet on exactly what this role would do, other than to say, here are funds that we think are important to put forward, and we need to talk about and figure it out. So I take what Alder Balde says on, there needs to be more discussion about this. Absolutely, there needs to be more discussion about this. That's very purposeful, that we don't have things defined yet. And so there would be, if this is done, there would be a process that would have to be set up to figure out what does that position look like. I truly believe that this work is not going to get done if we don't have somebody in charge of it, and the chief of staff is not necessarily in charge of it. And so I just think that it's incredibly important for us to be implementing TFOG stuff, and this is one way to move that forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue. Alder Bedar.
Thank you, Mayor. I just actually want to raise a point of order. True to my reputation as a vote counter in the council, I just want to point out that the previous vote count was not accurately counted because it was 10-8 and there is only 17 of us here. So this was the moment that I wanted to just say it. I think it was 9-8, and I think the clerk can correct that for the record.
Yes, it was 9-8. My apologies. My apologies.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Bedar. We appreciate accuracy. All right. Now I really have no other alders wishing to speak. And so we will move to a vote. I anticipate the request for a roll call. And so I'll ask staff to keep themselves muted as I unmute everyone.
It's actually kind of
Those
small.
in favor of the alternate amendment number 1, aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called, and I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Skidmore?
No.
No. Tierney?
No.
No. Verveer?
Aye.
Aye. Abbas?
Aye.
Aye. Alboris?
No.
No. Balde?
No.
No. Bidar?
No.
No. Carter is excused. Evers?
Aye.
Aye. Foster?
Aye.
Aye. Furman?
Aye.
Aye. Harrington McKinney?
No.
No. Heck?
Aye.
Aye. Hennick?
No.
No. Kemble?
Aye.
Aye. Lemmer?
No.
No. Martin is excused. Presta Giacomo?
Aye.
Aye. Rummel?
Aye.
Aye. That is 9 ayes and 8 noes.
With 9 ayes and 8 noes, the item fails. I'm going to mute you all again. And we will move on to amendment number 2. Now, Alder Foster, would you like to move amendment number 2?
I would, thank you. Move adoption number 2.
Is there a second for Bedar will second? All right. Alder Foster, would you wish to speak to this one?
Yes, thank you. I did send out yesterday an email with a memo from finance, just giving a little bit of background on how salaries are calculated, or salary increases are calculated both for management staff as well as alders and mayor. Some of my colleagues that have been on the council longer than me know about the change in terms of alder compensation that was put into ordinance several years back. But just to give the high-level version of that, managerial increases are calculated based on the increases of general employees, and aldermanic increases are calculated based on managerial increases. And so that really was put in place to address the fact that alders don't like to give themselves raises, and over time the salary just stagnates and then requires a pretty significant raise at some point in time, which is what happened back in 2015. And so the current system basically ties alder compensation to general employee compensation. And so when the amendment was brought forward at Finance to eliminate that pay increase for alders, which I definitely understood and appreciated the intent behind that, to sort of do our part. I think it missed an important point that the increase that would go into effect this year is based on an increase that general employees received 2 years ago. And with general employees not getting a raise this year, that will already come into effect in alder salaries in the future. So what I have done here is basically got the same amount of savings to help make sure the council office is doing its part, but really took those reductions out of the conference and trainings budget for each aldermanic expense account, and restore the projected alder increases to allow the system that was set up in our ordinance to continue, so that we do not create a situation where alder pay again starts to lay flat and not follow the overall increases that general employees and management employees have. So it's a relatively small amendment. It's a zero financial impact, but I think it makes sense. And certainly if anybody would still like to donate part of their salary back to the city or to a nonprofit, as the mayor has done, that's still an opportunity for everybody. So I would encourage you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there questions or further discussion? Alder Skidmore.
No questions. I am speaking in opposition to this amendment. I have been around longer than Alder Foster, and I've seen a number of debates about cutting our pay or not accepting raises. I think I may be the only alder, probably the only alder here, that has voted against more than one raise for alders. To me, it's not about how much money we're making, but about the position and what this is. I don't look at this compensation now as more than an honorarium, and I do think that as a gesture to our other city staff members, and we are city staff as well because we're paid, I think we're doing them a disservice by finding a loophole to take some money out of expenses and not really take the same sort of hit that others are taking. We are getting the automatic raise, yes, 3.25, and I still support the reduction of that. There is the specter of the TFOG recommendations, which would drastically increase potentially our pay fivefold. And I think, once again, having that discussion in this context is not appropriate. We will be discussing the TFOG recommendations as coming out of the work group, and I am expecting that there will be a binding referendum for changing the governance system, but that's premature at this point. So I still think that it's appropriate, and I will be voting against this to take the actual pay reduction. I will take that gladly. Possibly others will not. I understand that, as Alder Foster has offered, but that's how I feel about this. I would have one question. I'm not sure that this amendment could be amended, but could we possibly say, in addition to our pay cut, we will also take a cut in our expenses? That's rhetorical at this point. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Hennick.
Yes, thank you. I feel that the amendment is akin to saying that we should cut office supplies instead of budgets for, or not give raises, instead cut office supplies. And I don't think that that gets to the point of the amendment or the intent of the amendment. And I would also be completely behind and supportive of if we feel that there's too much funding in the expense accounts, is that we could, make a cut to that as well. I would also be supportive. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no further alders in the queue. Alder Bidar.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Alder Foster, for bringing back the history of why we had the ordinance that was amended. Some of us were all on the council when that happened and that discussion. So I will be supporting this amendment because I think that the message that we want to send is that we are willing to also cut our operations in the council office. I do think that just like we're hearing from other staff about the impact of not getting the regular raises and how that creates inequities over time, doing this kind of thing creates that falling behind and inequities. And again, I happen to also be one of the alders with the privilege of thinking that the amount that I make as an alder is not critical. But when we had this discussion, I remember vividly a couple of colleagues that were on the council for whom this was really important and for whom health insurance that we also actually then passed and allowed council members to be able to get to the city was critical. So I think I want to be cognizant that for some alders, just like for many city staff from whom we have heard, this kind of percentages do make a difference. And again, I don't want to create a way in which we will fall behind over time and not keep pace with, again, what's happening with other employee groups that are similarly placed.
Thank you, Alder. Now I have no other alders wishing to speak. I imagine a roll call will be requested, so we'll move to that. Alder Skidmore.
I definitely want a roll call vote.
Yeah, thank you, Alder. We will do that. All right, so again, I'll remind staff to please mute themselves as I unmute everyone else. And all those in favor of amendment number 2I, those opposed, nay, as your name is called and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Skidmore?
No.
No. Tierney?
Aye.
Aye. Verveer?
Aye.
Aye. Abbas?
Aye.
Aye. Alboris?
Yes.
Yes. Aye. Balde?
Aye.
Aye. Bidar?
Aye.
Aye. Carter is excused. Evers?
Aye.
Aye. Foster?
Aye.
Aye. Furman?
Aye.
Aye. Harrington McKinney?
No.
No. Heck?
Aye.
Is that an aye?
Yeah, aye.
Okay. Hennick?
No.
No. Kemble?
Aye.
Aye. Lemmer?
No.
No. Martin is excused. Presta Giacomo?
Aye.
Aye. Rummel?
Aye.
Aye. That's 13 ayes and 4 noes.
With 13 ayes, that item passes. I will mute you all again. And we will move to amendment number 3. Alder Evers.
Move the substitute.
Is there a second?
Second.
Alder Bidar will second. Alder Evers, do you wish to speak to this?
Alder Evers, is there a substitute to
Yes, there is a substitute in our packet.
3? Okay, thank you.
If it would be helpful, I can read the substitute or what is the?
I got it. Sorry, my confusion.
Okay.
I caught up.
All
Sorry.
right. No
Alder
problem.
Evers, do you wish to speak to this?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mayor. This amendment comes out of a growing concern that I think several of us on this body share, that we're facing a possible tragedy, and that's due to a potential flood of evictions. As I'm sure you're all aware, the CDC has in place a moratorium on evictions, but that moratorium is set to expire by the end of the year. The moratorium does not include rent forgiveness. Tenants will have to come up with back rent. So we could be facing what's been referred to as an eviction tsunami in the middle of a very cold Madison winter. So I will add that I had this conversation with CDD staff, with Jim O'Keefe and Lynette Rhodes independently, and found out that other alders have been having this similar conversation since late summer. And it speaks to, I think, the awareness of this concern. This amendment would add $250,000 to the COVID relief fund, bringing the total to $725,000, and it would direct half of this fund, roughly $360,000, for use to help prevent loss of housing due to eviction. The amendment builds on $400,000 fund as it was established initially and recommended by the Community Development Division, and that was included in the mayor's budget. And the purpose of that was to support community-directed responses, that would be necessary and needed in response to the pandemic. And it was also centered on focusing and targeting vulnerable and marginalized populations in our city. The Finance Committee then altered that proposal, and we did so in a couple of ways, as you recall. It offered a kind of a fine-tuning and direction targeting basic needs and identifying housing as among the most basic of needs. It also transferred into the fund $75,000 that the executive budget had designated to support violence prevention activities and added to the bucket of activities that could be funded violence prevention. So again, this amendment brings the total to $725,000, with all the funds to be allocated through an RFP process. The Community Development Division will work with the Community Services Committee to develop this RFP. And as you read in the narrative in the amendment itself, the purpose of this is to refrain from using these funds for items that could be funded by federal or state funds should they become available. And the RFP, from what I understand, would go forth would sometime in February, where we have a better idea if the new administration will be reinvigorating the CARES Act and provide more assistance. So we would not be duplicating that. But in the last CARES Act, for what I understand, the $10 million that was funneled through the county to the Tenant Resources Center, there were capacity issues. And there were also issues surrounding frontline communities who were better able in some ways due to language capacity and et cetera, to direct these funds. And so we learned some things in this process, and this amendment intends to address these specifically so that we can help the frontline community agencies that are doing this work in the time of crisis. So I ask you to support this. I know that Jim O'Keefe and Lynette Rhodes are also present here should you have any questions.
Thank you, Alder. And I actually do want to pause here and have the finance staff just give us a quick update in terms of where we are on the levy, and then we'll turn to questions for other staff. So I don't know if either Dave or Laura, if you want to raise your hand so I can find you and unmute you. And give us an update on the levy. There's Laura.
There is $503,239,000 remaining under the levy limit.
Thank you, Laura. Are there questions for other staff? Is there other discussion? Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was one of the alders who was really concerned about the lifting of the moratorium, especially for eviction. And I did not join as a co-sponsor because I wanted to make sure those dollars, $360,000 going toward eviction prevention, is yet a drop in the bucket. I understand we're under constraints, but it absolutely is a drop in the bucket. I won't be voting against it, but I really could not add my name to it because I realize the severity of the people who will be facing eviction in our community. And when we were concentrating on providing for the homeless, we also had to realize that there were so many people that was just one step away from eviction and being homeless themselves, and having children sleeping in their cars. So I won't be voting against this, but I absolutely know that this will not be even enough. It is a good faith effort, and many of the speakers that have come before us really challenged the city to do more in terms of how we're looking at supporting, again, the term most vulnerable people. And I want to raise this issue up, and absolutely that's why my name is not on there, is just that as a city, how can we really begin to look at putting our dollars, and substantial dollars, into making a difference. And so, as I said, I will not support it, but it was important for me to make a statement, is that this clearly is not enough dollars to go for preventing eviction, because when you start pulling out and funneling the support services, how much actually goes to a $900 or $1,300 eviction prevention that goes to keep someone from being evicted. So I just needed to put that statement in there so that I can be recorded as to why my name is not on a co-sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Balde.
So I think this is a very good gesture towards, our most vulnerable population. But I would like the community development to basically speak to how the money will be distributed or tracked.
I think that's a question for
Jim.
Mr. O'Keefe. Jim, you should be unmuted. Jim, I think you're unmuted.
Yep.
There you go.
Here I am. Alder Balde, these funds are intended to be distributed through a competitive process, a request for proposals process, not unlike many that the Community Development Division conducts regularly. We will be, as I think Alder Evers said, we will be working very closely with respect to this RFP development with the Community Services Committee in developing the parameters of the RFP, but we would put it out to bid. and we'd evaluate proposals and bring the recommendations regarding the funding to the Common Council for their approval. I would expect that, like other funds that we put out, that agencies that are awarded funds would enter into contracts with the city, and those contracts would would call for reporting requirements of some sort to understand how they were used and what their impacts were.
All right, thank you, Jim. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington-Kinney again.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jim, are you precise in saying that there will be a reporting or accountability system in place with these RFPs, having whoever the agency or organization receiving these funds will be reporting back to your department and then reporting back to this body? Is that part of the commitment for, or will that be? I'm requesting that be incorporated in the RFP that you are drafting.
Well, it is, Alderman Kinney, it is standard procedure that funded agencies enter into contracts with the city in which reporting requirements are set forth. What it is that we're asking of them in terms of reporting out. We don't typically share those results with the Common Council, but there's no reason why we couldn't do that. And so if that's what the council would like, we're certainly prepared to do that.
I'm officially requesting that. And the reason that I'm requesting that is that as a policy body, and we're making these recommendations in terms of spending city dollars, and we're looking at the levy, we have a responsibility of making sure that those dollars are spent the way that it was intended. And if it is not, if it is, we need to be reporting that back. And if it's not, that means those funds should be going to those organizations that are doing the work and are being able to report back and saying that this is what we received, this is what the benefit is, this is what the impact is. And so our system of reporting really does need to be tight. As I said, I thoroughly support the intent, and I thank the alders for pulling this together. There is a great need. I will be supporting that, but we also need to make sure that we make that loop, that we make that process loop complete so that we can come back and say with great confidence that these monies really impacted and made a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other, I have Alder Tierney in the queue. Alder Tierney.
Thank you, Mayor. So, I appreciate Alder Evers when he was talking about this and referencing the capacity issues that we experienced with the Tenant Resource Center. I know in having conversations with community advocates and persons that worked with families and individuals facing homelessness, that there was a lot of frustration with the CARES Act funding distribution through the Tenant Resource Center. The one thing I don't want to do is have this viewed as a criticism of the Tenant Resource Center. I think, like many other institutions, they had to deal with the negligence or incompetence of the Trump administration. Had people known how serious this pandemic was going to be, this disease was at the time it was known in the White House, we could have had better time to prepare and set up systems and address it much better, and most importantly, save a lot of lives. But having said that, when compiling and putting together the RFP, our is there going to be a look back at how the CARES Act funding was distributed through the Tenant Resource Center and some of the issues that were encountered in terms of the capacity, and try to address those within the RFP so that we can, I know it's still going to be a Herculean task, helping out people and trying to get them the assistance they need, but are there things that we've learned that we can incorporate into the RFP that are going to make the distribution of funds and the assistance go more smoothly in the future? That was the one question I had.
Yeah, Alder Tierney, I do think that some things were learned about how those CARES Act funds were used. Some of the difficulties had to do with limitations or requirements placed on the use of those funds, and I think there were perhaps infrastructure issues, if I can use that term. So the Tenant Resource Center has compiled a good deal of information about that experience, and I have to believe we'd be interested in consulting that and drawing whatever lessons we can from it.
Are there further questions or discussion? Seeing none. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of the substitute amendment number 3? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of the substitute amendment number 3. And I'll ask finance staff to update us.
After action on after action on that amendment, there's $253,239 remaining under the levy limit.
Thank you, Laura. And we'll move on to amendment number 4, Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. I move adoption.
Is there a second?
Second.
Vice President Abbas will second. Alder Revere, do you wish to speak to this?
Yes, please. Thank you again. This is a very exciting opportunity for the city and specifically for the greater downtown area. This amendment would accept a $1 million federal grant over a 3-year period. The application that we only received notice of a favorable review by the Federal Justice Department came just days ago, which is the reason why this was not included in either the executive operating budget or the finance committee adopted operating budget document. Similar to relatively recent federal grants to improve public safety on the north side and southwest side neighborhoods, this grant it will follow an absolutely similar process of extensive stakeholder input that would last for at least 6 to 12 months. That period would involve community consultation process that will occur first before really any implementation in any respect is anticipated. The process would ensure a diversity of problems and needs are identified and that a diversity of opinions and possible resolutions are weighed before really much of the money at all is spent. So this process would be would hopefully largely yield a set of priorities and strategies that would actually be carried out by community organizations and community service contracts that would be presented to us on the Common Council for approval. the actual programming and services will be determined by that process, that stakeholder process, which will be facilitated by the UW Population Health Institute. As you see in the amendment, the Community Development Division, which has experience working with those north side and southwest side and similar public safety grants, will administer this program, would be the lead organization, would hire the proposed limited term employee project coordinator, and they would work in consultation with the Madison Police Department and, of course, Public Health Madison and Dane County and their violence prevention unit, as it will be continuing similar work there. So there is no local match required. There's no negative fiscal impact on the city, on the levy limits that we're operating under this evening. So I would certainly urge my colleagues' support for this. As I said, I think it's a very exciting potential opportunity for us. I would direct my colleagues' attention to the analysis in the amendment. That actual much of that actual language in the analysis is pulled directly from the application to the federal government. And I specifically want to point out that not only is this planned to be inclusive stakeholder process, but there will be a significant emphasis placed on welcoming communities of color and other historically underrepresented groups as part of this process. We've learned all the more painfully aware this summer that so many communities of color do not feel welcome or comfortable downtown, whether it be during the day or in the evening, no matter what the activities might be. And so I think it's critical that this opportunity address that. In fact, that was anticipated in the application that was made to the Justice Department. So I really urge my colleagues to support this and allow this stakeholder process and plan to improve public safety downtown, and it will make for a better downtown for all. If there are any questions, certainly Mr. O'Keefe would be available to answer any specifics about how CDD would administer the grant. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Balde.
My question is to Jim. So what happens to the LTE 3 years down the road?
Jim, you should be unmuted.
Yep. Alder Balde, could you repeat your question, please?
Hold on.
Oh, I muted.
There you go, Alder.
I muted myself. So there's an LTE position and the grant funds expires after 3 years. So what happened to that position after 3 years?
Well, the position is explicitly tied to the grant funding. So like the position that was created around the Safe and Thriving Communities Initiative, it would expire.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Hennick.
Yes, I just had a question on, I think this is a great opportunity for us to take, but I had a question on the grant submission process and kind of a question for who submitted this grant.
The grant was actually submitted. The proposal was put forward by staff with Madison Police.
Would Chief Wall be a good person to ask then? He's available.
Go ahead, Alder.
Yes, Chief Wall, could you just kind of walk us through what the impetus for this grant proposal was and kind of what the basis for making the submittal was?
Well, I think there are a couple of moving parts. I think certainly as we've looked at data related to districts, we've seen a real consistent trend of it being a hotspot for violent crimes, and one that really has stayed sustained that we haven't seen in other hotspots in the city. It's been very consistent with the the entertainment zone area and the core of the central district, really representing a much disproportionate percentage of violent crime in relation to its geographic area. So we're always looking, for ways to be creatively addressing those sorts of issues. And as Alder Revere pointed out, we've had success doing these types of grants in partnership with CDD and with other stakeholders in the past on the north side and on the southwest side. And in fact, the southwest side grant is still open and it still just hasn't quite resolved yet. So we've had very good success getting engagement from the community and doing different strategies to get some positive results. So I think that's why we applied, and I think some of that history is what made it a successful application with DOJ.
Thank you. And is this something that you mentioned, the Southwest side or the South side grant? What other instances have we done a similar grant such as this?
So we also did a grant longer ago in time on the north side. And so there's, differences in both of those two grants and differences with this, how this grant is envisioned, but some of the core themes are part and consistent to all three of them.
Gotcha. And was it a coordination between a number of city departments similar to this one will be at this point in time?
Yes.
Perfect. Has that coordination gone well?
Yeah, I think it's worked very well, and I think it's made the process and the output in both of those efforts better than it would otherwise be.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other Alders in the queue. Is there any further question or discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of amendment number 4? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of amendment number 4. And we'll move on to amendment number 5, Alder Hennick.
Move adoption.
Is there a second? Alder Harrington McKinney will second. Alder Hennick, would you like to speak to this?
Absolutely. So this was a piece that came out of a amendment that came before finance as well, and a number of alders had requested some additional clarification and kind of shaking out of the amendment. That was put forth, and I think we collected a number of other sponsors along the way, and I think it's going to be a pretty great success. The area that was identified was really this access of people experiencing homelessness to be able to access housing. And so that's really a main target of this amendment.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any questions? Vice President Abbas.
Sorry, one quick question. I forget the levy limit. Can Finance tell us once more how much money is in the levy?
Thank you for reminding me, Vice President Abbas.
Thanks.
Laura?
There is $253,239 remaining under the levy limit.
Thank you, Laura. Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question for Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Rhodes. And that is, Jim or Lynette, could you please just give a quick overview as to what changed between the original amendment and this amendment? Because I think it's important that we understand that the amendment that's before us at this time is completely at the recommendation of you and the CDD. In fact, that you were very helpful in the drafting of it and improving the original product. So it would be helpful, I think, if you could just speak to the need from your perspective at CDD and why this is so critical and why these funds aren't available elsewhere.
Alder Verveer, the difference between this amendment and the amendment that was considered and set aside in the Finance Committee is actually fairly modest. It does, as you mentioned, try to address some of the questions that were raised in the Finance Committee about the intent. So tried to add a little bit of clarity. I think there was some confusion about the breakout or the use of the funds that were reflected in the amendment submitted to the Finance Committee, and there was perhaps a bit of arbitrariness around that total dollar amount in the amendment, which perhaps led to some of the confusion. So in this amendment, it seeks to be more clear that 75,000 of the total is being used specifically to support the addition of a full-time equivalent outreach specialist, and the balance of the funds, $100,000, are to be available to outreach staff to address housing needs, to help connect persons who outreach staff might be working with to housing and take advantage of housing opportunities when they arise. It's not uncommon for outreach staff to be working with clients when a vacant apartment becomes available, but because a client is not able to afford application fees for lease applications, might not be able to afford security deposits, might have arrearages in utility payments or previous mortgage leases, rather, that make it difficult for them to take advantage of housing when it does arise, are impediments to being approved for housing opportunities when they arise. So this $100,000 is intended to be available to be used flexibly and nimbly to overcome those barriers when outreach staff encounter them while working with clients.
Thank you. And as you explained at the Finance Committee meeting when this amendment was discussed, the recent joint RFP process with the Dane Continuum of Care and your office yielded very high scores for more robust street outreach services in our community, but simply the need was so great that it couldn't be funded through that CARES Act money, correct? And so this additional city money is really critical.
That's right. That RFP process had about $3.4 million available to use, and we received about nearly $10.5 million in requests. The priorities in that RFP were placed primarily on supporting shelter operations and infusing dollars into rapid rehousing efforts, which are different. Rapid rehousing programs are structured programs that come not just with housing support, but with case management, other supportive services intact. So not having sufficient funds to satisfy all of the requests that came in and the needs that existed, it was the decisions that we made and that the Homeless Services Consortium Continuum of Care Board of Directors made, as they controlled some of those funds, you might recall, to forego applying those dollars to outreach proposals in favor of those other uses.
Thank you, Jim, and thanks to Lynette for her work on the amendment as well. And Mayor, if I could I make a quick statement now, or I don't see anyone else in the queue.
Go ahead, Alder.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to urge my colleagues very much to support this amendment. We obviously have the levy capacity. I want to, besides thanking staff, thank the other co-sponsors of the amendment as well. As Alderperson Evers said at the top of our meeting tonight, we were discussing capital budget amendment number 1 and affordable housing and the affordable housing crisis we're in. The need is great. And I could have said the same thing about the second amendment, the $3.5 million for men's homeless shelter. And as we could say about this amendment, the need is just so great. We all know it. There's just too many people sleeping on the streets and in cars in our community. And so I know firsthand how important it is to have robust street outreach and how successful it can be in people's lives, connecting them to services they desperately need and so forth, especially housing. So I really urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue. Alder Bidar.
I'm sorry, I cannot raise my hand because I'm a co-host.
It's fine.
Okay. So my colleagues know that it just doesn't allow me, so I'm not being disruptive that way. Mr. O'Keefe, I have a couple of questions for you. So could you just give us a broader sense of how much funding there is from the city overall to street outreach? And we added with the added $50,000 that we added at finance. That was Alder Rivier's, which covered one more position, right?
The finance funding, Alder Bidar probably didn't cover a full FTE position, but would certainly support, a half to 2/3 of a position. We provide, I'm going to say before that amendment, probably in the neighborhood of $225,000 to $250,000 toward street outreach services. With the addition of the amendment added in finance, we're probably pushing that $300,000 mark. Unlike many homeless services in which both the city and Dane County provide financial support, Dane County does not provide much of any support for street outreach services. So the public dollars that are available are those that are coming from the city or through the city from the federal government.
This may be I'll ask the question, you can not answer it, but what is the reasoning from the county not supporting street outreach?
I think they just have other priorities. Their commitment, Alder Bidar, for example, to support shelter operations is substantially stronger than the city. So I think it's a matter of trying to balance where each of us focuses our attention.
And then in the budget amendment itself, it talks about the $100,000 reaching about 50 people to provide that kind of direct support in getting them into housing, that flexible fund. How did we arrive to, was there a need assessment that said there was about 50 people who could have taken advantage of such a program and flexible fund, or was there a discussion with street outreach about that being the need or being half the need, a quarter of the need?
It's more, I think, Alder Bidar, it's more of a reflection of the level of funding that the sponsoring alders thought was available. We know through the experience of outreach staff that on average they might need something in the neighborhood of $2,000 per client. So the 50 people that might be supported is really derived from that simple calculation. I should also say that that these funds, the way we envision these funds, there are there are a small amount of dollars available to at least one other homeless service provider that is used for this purpose. And those funds tend to be made available to, they tend to be used to cross outreach provider boundaries. So in the same way, I would envision that this might be a sum of money that that could be accessed not just by a single outreach service provider, but might be available among that group of outreach staff. They are small in number, so they tend to work together and collaborate. And when situations arise where those funds could be useful, they tend to work together to try to put them to use.
Any other questions, Alder? Okay. I have no other alders in the queue with questions or discussion. So on amendment number 5, is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we will record a unanimous vote in favor of amendment number 5, and I will ask Laura to give us an update on where we are.
There is $78,239 remaining under the allowable levy increase.
Thank you. All right, so then to amendment number 6, Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. Move the substitute.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Alder Evers, do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, the substitute which has been moved has no impact upon the levy, and I won't take much time, but I would like to explain the reason why I came up with the original amendment and what my thinking was to set the stage for when perhaps we can address this next year. Briefly, when I was first elected alder, we were dealing with the Truman Olson situation, and within a month or two, SSM decided to move the location for their new clinic from the pick and save on South Park to property that they own on Fish Hatchery. And gave us an opportunity to do something really important for the South Side, and that is to preserve grocery access. And they only create a new grocery store and make sure that we have a full service grocery store on the South Side for years to come. So we set up what we called a skinny RFP and really tried to expedite the process. But I remember having a conversation with Matt Mikolajewski and saying, you know, Matt, why we own this land? We've owned it since 2012. Why don't we develop this ourselves? Why don't we build the affordable housing units in the grocery store and do it ourselves? That way we can ensure the success of this grocery store and take it out of the market forces that might make it more vulnerable. As you may know, Pick and Save has decided to pull up their stakes and move on because they claim they're not making enough money in that location. So I thought, if this was really important, why don't we do it ourselves? And Matt's response was, yes, it's really important, but we don't have the capacity. We simply don't have the capacity. That involves a certain skill set and hours required and that we just don't currently have on staff. And then the same situation or similar circumstances came up in conversations. I serve on CEA, as you may know, and similar kind of conversations. Why aren't we doing more to expand our inventory of permanent affordable housing and public housing and low-income housing in Madison? Why aren't we expanding? Why aren't we doing more and combining our land banking strategy and finding parcels that we can develop? And the response was from Matt Wachter was that we are doing everything we can with what we have in front of us. And much of the work is in redeveloping the existing inventory, properties at Truax or on the Triangle that are starting to fall down, and we simply can't be putting more money into just repairs. We actually have to redevelop them at some cost. And so we don't have the capacity again to do to expand the inventory. And in the conversation and the discussion early on at the beginning of our meeting tonight, we talked about the great need for affordable housing. And we've also talked about land banking. And in other meetings, we've talked about expanding our TIF strategy, and so that we can combine all these tools to really make a big dent in what we've identified as a crisis in our city of affordable housing. And it's obvious we need to staff up for this. What if we were to have a strategy like what Mayor Bottoms is doing in Atlanta, where the private sector joins us? What if we tripled our affordable housing fund instead of a little over 6 million? What if we had 15 to 20 million, and we really had partners that would help us reach our goals? But we would need staff to be able to do that. We need to expand our capacity. So that was the reason for doing it. It wasn't quite ready for prime time. And so the substitute directs staff in the planning and Department of Planning, Community and Economic Development to develop a plan to increase project management capacity for affordable housing and economic development projects, and present the plan to the Common Council by the end of the second quarter of 2021. And we may be able at that point, based on where things are at with the budget and monies that have been allocated and positions that have been filled, perhaps we will have some room to be able to do a hire at the halfway point. So I would ask you to vote for this and to keep this in mind as a priority moving forward, that we really do need to add this capacity so we can do the work that's ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Balde.
So I'm not sure if the amendment is said, but I don't tend to see the amendment. If it is out there, maybe say it. But I also do have questions for either Laura or Matt or whoever can answer the question with regards to funding. I know the amendment that I have in front of me did say this position may partially be funded by capital project and programs in the future budget. But the Alder also did indicate that this will not have any impact on the levy limit. So I would like a detailed rundown of how this position will be funded.
Alder Balde, the substitute was moved, and that substitute should be in your email.
Just now?
Yeah, not that long ago, this afternoon.
All right, so I'll have a look at it, but I'd like the question
And
answered.
I will ask Matt Wachter to amplify, please.
Sure. So on the project management function within real estate, a lot of those positions are paid partially through they're on levy, and then they also bill a certain amount of their time to capital projects. So we foresee in the future this position would do the same. We don't know exactly what that ratio is. And then the truth is, a lot of these very complicated projects take years to come into fruition. So there's a lot of pre-development work that someone does where there's not necessarily a capital budget to build to, but in later parts of a project, they would be billing to a capital project. So the truth is we just don't know the breakdown today. So right now, I think we'd anticipate to be 100% on levy with that being adjusted as we know more.
Okay, but again, Matt, you're speaking to the underlying amendment.
Yes.
The original amendment, not the substitute.
So the substitute would just be creating a plan to expand that capacity. We come back to you with it.
Looks like Alder Evers has more details to say. I would like to understand in detail the substitute. I've not read it yet.
Alder Evers.
Oh yeah, thank you, Alder Balde. I sent the substitute yesterday during our meeting, and the purpose of the substitute is to ask staff to develop a plan, this essentially a reorganization plan, so that we can come forward with a strategy, so that we can actually take on the work that there are a lot of good ideas out there, and we're looking for resources to fund them. But we need the staff to be able to put them into place, and that's the missing piece. This is what I'm being told by Matt Mikolajewski and EDD, and what I'm being told by, Matt Wachter. So, and it's a conversation that we've also had at CDA. And you recall that in the Finance Committee, Matt Wachter came to the Finance Committee and to Alders, and we talked about adjusting our affordable housing strategy because tax credits are so competitive. And every 2 years, they seem to change the rules about, how to qualify for those tax credits. So one of the questions that Alder Kimball raised at that time, well, what is it that CDA is doing? Could CDA be taking a more proactive role in issuing bonds and developing new public housing in our city? And the question, again, the bottleneck was capacity. We simply don't have the staff capacity to take on that kind of work. And so that's why I did this amendment to begin with, to substitute direct staff to come back with a real plan for this by the second quarter, June 30th, 2021. And I'm hopeful then that we can do a budget amendment to fund this new position.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Hennick.
Yes, I just had a question for Laura Larson or Dave Schmidtke. It just seems like this is a resolution, but it just doesn't read like a budget amendment to me. And so I'm just trying to figure out why we're directing staff in a budget amendment.
That is correct. The substitute version that is before you has no fiscal implication and includes policy language that would be incorporated into the budget. Typically, those types of actions are more binding as resolutions, but there are instances, and we've seen a couple on capital budget amendments that are calling for action similar to what's being called for here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue. So the substitute amendment number
Madam Mayor?
6. Yes, Vice President Boss.
Yes, thank you. Sorry for interruption. One quick question. As a new alder, I'm not, but still I have to learn city operation and stuff. So I have an operation question. So the amendments say develop a plan to increase project management capacity for affordable housing development projects. I understand economic development projects, but affordable housing, I just want to get a clarity. When I think about affordable housing, I think about community development department, but here I can only see planning, community, and economic development will develop the plan. So if I can get a little clarity, which department does what, and why community development cannot be part of this and collaboratively working together if we're talking about affordable housing.
Sure. So there's not perfectly clear lines between all of the divisions that sit within planning, community, and economic development. We oftentimes have teams that work across these divisions. In general, the real estate development management function sits in economic development in the real estate unit. So that's where the actual purchasing land for land banking, that's where TIF lives. That's where, we buy properties. We run a lot of requests for proposals to bring on development partners. That happens there. Community Development Division does similar work. They tend to be more on the funding side of things. So these units work together, but they all sit within the larger Department of Planning, Community, and Economic Development. Does that answer your question?
All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue. So on the substitute amendment number 6, Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Alder Hennick objects, so we'll have a roll call. I'll ask staff to mute themselves as I unmute you all. And all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As their name is called, and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Skidmore.
No.
No. Tierney.
Aye.
Was that an aye? Alder Revere.
Aye.
Aye. Abbas.
Aye.
Aye. Alburris.
Aye.
Aye. Balde.
Aye.
Aye. Bidar.
Aye.
Aye. Carter is excused. Evers.
Aye.
Aye. Foster.
Aye.
Aye. Furman.
Aye.
Aye. Harrington McKinney.
Aye.
Aye. Heck.
Aye.
Aye. Hennick.
No.
No. Kemble.
Aye.
Aye. Lemmer.
Aye.
Aye. Martin is excused. Presta Giacomo.
Aye.
Aye. Rummel.
Aye.
Aye. That is 15 ayes and 2 noes.
15 ayes and 2 noes, that item passes. I'll mute you all again. And that brings us to amendment number 7, Alder Abbas.
Move adoption.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Alder Abbas, do you wish to speak to this?
Yes, sure. If my memory correct me, if my memory serves me right, I think so DNR declare us as a city, part of the party with the PFAS contamination, and it's really important for city to do further investigation and allocate some money to do testing for at the Truex side and also stormwater side. And after then, once we get the result, then we will be in a further position to really see what next steps city can take.
Thank you, Alder. Are there questions for staff? Alder Balde.
Yes, so I have a question for staff. What kind of testing or how frequent is the state testing this area for PFAS, if any?
That I think is a question for engineering. Mr.
Yes.
Phillips. Rob, you should be unmuted.
Yes. Good evening, Common Council. I'm Rob Phillips, city engineer. What we envision here is that these funds could be used for a variety of purposes. They could be used to pay any share that we might have in 2021 regarding the ongoing investigation at the airport site. And they could also be used for testing outside of the airports or outside of the airport site, such as water testing in the Starkweather Creek and that type of thing. So at this point, there isn't a definite plan on what exactly we're going to use the funds for, but we would develop that more as time goes by. But we do think it's important to have some funds in the budget to enable us to proceed, rather quickly versus having to get a budget amendment later to do some of this testing that we think might be necessary or required even in the future.
So how often is this area tested? Are you testing for PFAS at all, or is this done by the county or the state?
Well, the county is leading the investigation. They've done some testing. I think I want to emphasize that this is in the infancy of the whole process in terms of the mitigation. Right, it's just beginning. There is a ton of work yet to do here. So what's been done so far? The county's tested there's two burn sites in the airport area that they've tested. They've tested water, stormwater as well. We have not got those results yet. That's been going on. They're also the county's also doing a phase 1 investigation, which really involves historic search of records, interviews with people that might have been around at the time when the contamination occurred, that type of thing. The phase 1 investigations don't have actually testing associated with them. Rather, it's an investigation of information that's available, can be found. So that is about to begin, is my understanding. I don't know if that answers your question. The frequency of the testing, I don't think will still be determined as the county and others work through this issue. But again, this is at the very beginning of what's going to be a rather long process.
Yeah, so it doesn't answer the question. As you may know, obviously PFAS is a problem in this area. So it is important that the question be clearly answered as to how often this area is tested.
Although I don't have that answer this evening. I can tell you though that these funds will provide us the opportunity to do more testing, and we will certainly provide a more specific plan for frequency of testing and that type of thing as we're able.
So also the fact that you are not very clear yet on how this money will be spent. How do you know that this 50,000 is a good guess as to what you will need moving forward?
Oh my gosh, it's not. It should not be assumed to be everything we'll need going forward. It is some funds that we can use in 2021. We just don't have the answers right now. This is in the very beginning. It does provide us an opportunity to do some testing, which might be very important. It also provides funding for us to contribute to the county for any portion of this work that the county is doing that the city may be responsible for.
So how soon do you think you'll be able to share with council the frequency of the test around this area?
I would need to get back to you on that, Alder. I don't have an answer at the moment.
Okay. All right, so I'll expect to hear back from you soon then, at least on when you can get that together. Is that correct?
I'm sorry again?
I say I would expect to hear back from you soon as to when you can put those things together. Is that correct or no?
Yes, I will. We will certainly respond to you and get you what information we have.
All right.
That comes available.
Thank you, Rob.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel, and then Alder Abbas.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Rob, for being here. I just want to remind the council that it's taken a couple of years to get to this point where nobody really took responsibility. I know Alder Balde and I were at meetings a couple of years ago where nobody really quite knew who was going to do anything about or who was responsible, and nobody really wanted to be responsible. And I'm calling on the city out on this, as well as the county and the 115 Fighter Wing. Everybody kind of said, it's you, but it's all of us, and we're all responsible. And now this is the first step to map. This is like a mapping exercise. We don't even know the full extent of this plume from these fire pits where it's gone. So part of what we're doing, along with the federal military, they have to do it too, is to figure out our role in part of this whole pollution, how it's moving through the site. And so I think when Rob talks about investigation, it's true, we're really at an early point. And I would also remind all of us that the testing that we have done has been by our water utility of our well. And we know that the pollution apparently from Truax got all the way to the well, and well 15 has been closed temporarily. So this is a really important first step, and I want to thank the city, and I'm proud to be a sponsor of this. It's not even a lot of money. It's just a really important first step to solve this environmental hazard that's causing so much damage. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Vice President Abbas.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I have a couple of questions. I agree with Alder Rommel. I have a similar thoughts about it, and I'm very concerned. The amount of contamination is there, and I'm not sure this 50,000 is enough. We're already dealing contamination at Oscar Mayer, and city is working through escrow and putting, protecting city rights and also cleaning the contamination and express their commitment. But at the same time, with the Truax, which is a hub of PFAS, and badly damage our drinking water, at this stage we are pretty much in dark how far those problems are goes and how much contamination is there. My first question, I don't know if Brain is here. If not, then I will ask to Rob. Madam Mayor, if Brain is here.
Brain is not, I don't think anyway, present.
It's not here? Okay. So Rob, I know in 2020, this year, there was some tests happened. Those two testing by the DNR, is that correct?
The DNR did some testing on the Weather Creek, that's correct, and found high levels in the creek. The county has also done some testing. We have not received those results yet.
So this we are allocating, this is for phase 2 testing, I believe?
It is consistent with phase 2 testing. Again, they're beginning to determine really what's a phase 1 investigation, and the phase 2 typically follows that.
So DNR did some phase 2.
Alder, if I could just intervene, phase 2 has a very specific meaning in this world. This is the next step in the testing. I don't think it's actually phase 2 in the technical meaning of the term.
Right. And I appreciate that for Madam Mayor for the clarity, and I'm aware about what phase 2 is, and I was trying to get that what exactly is the next step. I thought that's the phase 2, which we're going direction, but I want to get clarity what is the next step is, and either that cost is going to be shared county or Truax Air National Guard. Is it? Are we going to share the cost?
The Air National Guard had a part in this, and we sure have an expectation that they'll be doing cleanup on their site at some point. That's our hope, anyway.
I understand, Rob. They will clean up. My question is, will they share the cost during this second phase or the next step we are doing with the testing or other stuff? Would they will be party with us, the Dane County Airport and Truax?
Well, yeah, I think Bryn would be better at answering some of these specific questions, but they're investigating the 2 burn pit locations right now, and there are other, obviously, contamination sources that are likely on the the Air National Guard site as well. So they would be doing some testing there, and then the federal government has to finance that testing, and we're hopeful that they'll do that.
Alder, if I can, maybe just to step back a level. This initiated out of the conversations with Dane County and Truax, where we were all collectively asked to do testing. And we, the city, did not have funds for that testing in our 2020 budget. We found funds to contribute to the county for that testing. This amendment is really in anticipation of that continued partnership on testing. And it is it's not an amount of money picked out of the air. It's based on our experience with the round of testing that just concluded. Again, this is what Rob keeps saying, we don't have the results yet from that. But it's consistent with what it cost this last round. And it's in preparation, expecting that we will need to do more testing in partnership with the airport and the Air National Guard over the next year. And we don't know how frequently we will test. We just know that we will need to do more testing to fully discover the extent of the problem.
Thank you very much, Mayor. That is really helpful. I appreciate that.
You're welcome, Alder. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. This is really important. I'm going to be voting for it, and I'd ask to be added as a sponsor.
The clerk will add Alder Evers as a sponsor. Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue with questions or discussion. So is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of amendment number 7? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of amendment number 7, and I will ask Laura to update us on where we are with the levy. And I'm sorry, Laura, can you raise your hand? I can't find you. There you are.
Sorry, I'm not able to raise my hand.
Oh, okay, sorry. That's right, you're a co-host.
Based off of the actions adopted, there is $28,239 remaining under the allowable levy increase.
Thank you, Laura. All right, so that takes us to amendment number 8. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Okay, and all for item number, yes, for
Madam Mayor, Alder Boris' hand was raised before you moved to the amendment.
Excuse me, Alder Harrington McKinney, hang on just a minute. Alder Alboris.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I unfortunately couldn't hear Laura's response to the amount in the levy. She broke up there for me momentarily, so if I can just get that reconfirmed.
The remaining authority under the allowable levy increase is $28,239.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Alder. And now, Alder Harrington McKinney, did you wish to move amendment number 8?
I would like to move amendment 8 and would ask for Alder Rummel to speak to that.
So Alder Harrington McKinney will move. Alder Rummel will second. And Alder Rummel, do you wish to speak to it?
Sure, thank you. It came late notice from library staff that when the budget was, the last rounds were finalized, they had not finished negotiating with the landlord for Hawthorne, and they were able to get a clause in the lease to have the owners replace some improvements, and so they are we're offsetting that in this budget by $109,509.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any questions for staff on amendment number 8? Seeing none, is there any further discussion of amendment number 8? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of amendment number 8? Seeing no objection, recording unanimous vote in favor of amendment number 8 and move on to amendment number 9. Alder Hennick.
Yes, I would like to, yes, move adoption of amendment number 9. And there's not allowable levy, so I'd like to move an amendment.
Alder Hennick, do you want to just cut to the chase and move a substitute?
Works for me. I'd like to move a substitute to allocate $20,239 of the available levy towards hourly park ranger staffing.
Alder, for those of us not quick with a pen, could you just repeat that number?
Yep, the remaining available levy limit, which is 20,000, just reiterated by Laura, to $20,239.
Is there a second? Alder Harrington McKinney will second. Alder Hennick, do you wish to speak to this?
Yes, I think that it's above obvious that our parks have been one of the most used facilities of our city this year. We have a significant strain on our park rangers department, and it's imperative that we provide more support to that asset to encourage and continue to expand the use and growth of our park system within the city. One of the biggest things is really allowing the professional development of park rangers to have the time to be able to continue to progress and continue to develop their skill set. It's basically a largely part-time service right now, and really moving towards some job security as well as retention of knowledge from year to year is going to be imperative to really developing that skill set.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When I became an alder in 2015, there was a movement to hire an additional park ranger. And at that time, being a new alder, I did not really understand the magnitude of that position. We have a widespread park system, and I did not realize how important park rangers were until I saw them into action. It's more than them going from park to park and unlocking and locking up areas. I've seen park rangers really de-escalate and be involved in actions that really would have caused police to be called, but had a way of de-escalating and moving through in such a magnanimous way. In order to maintain those positions, we should begin to invest in having that position be more full-time. And in order for us to do that, we must begin to invest in that. We have parks in all of our districts. It is just so very, very important that we have staffing in order to offset any situations that might arise, but it is a pathway to full employment, and so that we can give some kind of credence to the park ranger staffing. So I support the alder in lifting that and bringing this forward again, and I hope that the alders would consider accepting this as we push against our levy limit.
Right, staff are asking to clarify, so I'm going to unmute both our finance staff. Dave, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Alder Hennick, we just wanted to clarify, there is $28,239,000 remaining under the levy limit. Is it your intent to have the substitute appropriate the full $28,000?
All right, so everyone is clear. 28,239.
Okay,
is the amount.
So the amount, again, just to repeat so everyone is clear, will be 28,239. 28,239.
Thank you. Dave, did you have anything to add?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. All right, Alder Abbas.
Thank you. So just point for clarification. So amendment, sorry, I just left my laptop, so I'm not sure what was the motion. The motion is to at 28,239 for park ranger, or the motion is 65? 28.
It's 28,239 to the park ranger salary line.
Okay, so that's great. So I will just give a small comment on that. So I will support this amendment, and I think so. It's really important when we talk about when community reach out to elders or elected leaders and ask them, we would like to see what other creative ways you provide us as a city to engage with the community rather than police, or engaging with different departments and giving them a capacity. It's really important for us, and it's important for us to think creatively and see what other departments can facilitate the role and lift some of the load from police department. I think so this $28,000 is not going to solve a lot of problems, but that is a right step in the right direction. And as during finance committee, I heard the discussion around this particular amendment and through park and their training on de-escalation, and also how effectively they engage with the community. I think so providing this additional support, I really wish we would have more money and hire a full-time park ranger, but at least this is something we are giving in and taking a step in the right direction. So I will encourage everyone to support this amendment. Thanks.
Thank you. Alder Balde.
So I have a question for Eric Knapp, Superintendent Knapp. I don't know if...
He's here, go ahead.
All right, so Eric, as you may know, the intention of this amendment was to get a full-time park ranger, but that seems not to be happening with the amendment that Alder Hennig put forward. Can you speak to the impact of this amount of money? What can you do with it, and what will you not be able to do?
Certainly. If it's from an hourly funding perspective, we just made an attempt to add hourly staffing. It would be in the neighborhood of 1,200 hours of staffing patrol. I would tell you, as Alder Hennig alluded to, and he's spent some time with our staff talking about the program and its limitations with its roots in hourly staffing. For that higher level, especially conflict resolution-based training that we work through. We have a long-term vision of more professional and maintaining that staff. So today or tonight, I wouldn't say, I couldn't guarantee we put 1,200 hours of more rangers on the street next year. We would certainly use those resources in our staffing plan and look at that in combination with existing permanent part-times who are permanent and trained at a higher level, and potentially considering that. But honestly, we've had a discussion internally about having an improved communication about the staffing plan for our rangers, because I really believe most of you would prefer we have the permanent staff on more. Our seasonals do a great job, but they do have a lower level of training. So if we just went forward and took the funding and hourly and tried to hire and hired that staff and were successful, you'd see 1,000 plus hours more in the system. I would say that the 28,000 is also in the range of, as you can do the math, 45% of a permanent position. And so that would be something we would look at with existing resources. Does it make sense to make an alternative proposal? And all of that obviously would go through the mayor's office and position filling, those type of the HR processes that were likely. But I wish I could tell you exactly what we do. We were anticipating 28,000 hourly. It would certainly buoy the program. That certainly continues to be, the calls for service continue to go up and continue to layer on things like, the dogs and parks policy change, which is, I think, went well. I hope all of you would agree. But that takes a lot of time and effort. That's how I see it right now. I know Josh Schmidt is available this evening. He is the ranger supervisor. He is, I would entrust him with what he would say would be the best course of action. But I think we really want to evaluate it. The good news is we wouldn't need hourly ranger funding or even, frankly, more permanent rangers in January right away anyway, right? So that's the truth of the matter. We would evaluate and try to come up with the best plan we could.
So Alder McKinney and Hennig, Alder McKinney particularly alluded to the work of the rangers and Hennig to how we use our park facilities. Can you give us an overview of the park facilities? How many of them do you have, and how does that ratio with the rangers that you have?
So we have 278, I think, named park parcels and park locations at this point. 5,400 acres as far as land and coverage. Our ranger program is they visit pretty well every parcel in their routes and routine work. They do spend more of that time in larger community parks that would have amenities like shelters and parking lots and or places that have permits. But literally, I would say the rangers are the only group of our staff that visit all of our parks, even site visits of parks that are not developed yet. You know, in your district, Alder Balday, the Northeast Green Space is an example. They don't walk it every day, but they certainly visit that space to monitor our land. And you know, frankly, to check on things, to see if there's activity there of any concern, if there's trash. That's unfortunately one of our common problems is illegal dumping across our system. But the primary work is really trying to be at those higher use parks to reduce conflicts, solve problems, help our customers, de-escalate. And we don't. I want to be clear with everybody here. Most people in our park system, it goes pretty smooth every day. Mm-hmm. A lot of people, so most interactions are very positive between. But when you have a lot of people and limited resources, like limited restrooms, limited shelters, limited basketball courts, limited playground space, things do pop up, and we really try to respond that way. They're also our primary contact on nights and weekends. So if there's a call, in fact, they're dispatched quality of life issues in parks. They're integrated with the dispatch system with Dane County. So if there's a complaint that somebody's got music blasted in the park, right, having a little fun, that call is almost always going to be routed from dispatch through to the rangers directly. Right? So that saves MPD resources from a call response, and it certainly puts us in position to de-escalate what is really a quality of life concern. And that's where they spend most of the resources. They do also deal with all the permitting related to boat launches, disc golf courses, and the like, which is important revenue generation as well. But I think that's a general overview. If we want to get to more specifics, I would definitely encourage you say I didn't do a good job answering the question and ask Josh the question.
No, that's good. So thank you, Eric. So my last question is to either David or Laura. Obviously, this is the last penny of the levy money that we have. What generally happens if an amendment passes from now on that has an impact on the levy limit? Or let's say for this particular amendment, if we were to still go by the full-time staff, what happens?
So you would be in violation of the state levy limit. Mm-hmm. And the penalty for that, well, you would be adopting a budget that exceeds that knowledge, you have that knowledge of doing that. And then we would then have our shared revenue reduced as a penalty on a dollar for dollar basis. So either way, we end up with, less revenue if you exceed the levy limit.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Builder. Right. I have no other. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for Dave Schmidtke. Have we ever spent every single cent of available levy limit?
No. The council has usually left some amount of unused levy limit capacity. back in the early days of the levy limit, several millions of dollars would be left and carried over to future years. Last year, the council carried over about $13,000 of unused levy limit authority that it did not use, and it carried over to this year. And it's varied from that to maybe a few $100,000. I think I remember a few years ago about 500,000 or so was carried over.
So with the money that got carried over, does that get touched at all during the year? That 13,000 just stayed there in the bank, if you will?
Well, it's not money we levy. It's just our maximum allowable amount. And so that unused sort of capacity that we don't levy for carries over and is added to the calculation of the maximum levy in the next year.
So it's a future benefit.
Right. So it's a future benefit, and it's sort of an incentive to not sort of tax to the max under the levy limit. So you don't lose it if you don't use it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. For operating budget amendment number 6, I offered a substitute for the very reason that we're in a tight budget, and I had to make a choice. Something that I think is really important, and that it just didn't fit in this year. And I came up with a solution that said that, we can halfway through the year see where we're at, and then maybe, if it's justified, put forth a budget amendment. I see no reason to push up against the limit. I just heard from Eric that they're not even quite sure it would be the most efficient use of their funds. What they're really calling for, they think they could use as a full-time position. So let's have that debate at a time with a budget amendment where you could put forth that full-time position, but otherwise it seems unnecessary or not all that helpful, and I'm not going to be voting in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Alder, for reminding me of that. And so I'm going to walk back to an earlier comment that I made, is the performance excellence and the quality of what we offer our city. We, in 2015, I voted against a full-time park ranger, not understanding how important that position was. That position was as important in 2015 as it is today, and more so. And I speak to the de-escalation. The specific incident was at Elver Park, when there were 2 families who had rented the park, and they had gotten their dates and their times wrong. And so both of these families of about 50 people showed up to use the same shelter. What happened is that they had the timing wrong. But what we had was 50 people really very heated, discussing, and it was getting more and more intense. And the park ranger who was there at the time walked over and said, "Let me hear what the problem is." And the park ranger was able to resolve and totally de-escalate that situation. Now that was a 911 call. That was 3 police cars showing up, and I don't even know what the outcome would have been. But that park ranger was so cool and even-handed, and that there was just a piece where those 50 people were able to walk away and get their issues resolved. I agree that we do really need a commitment for a full-time ranger, and pushing totally up against a levy limit is probably not good processing. So I'm going to request that we, and I'm going to request to the alder to withdraw that and look at the possibility of revisiting this as we get further down the line, with the purposeful intent of not pushing up 100% to the levy limit, but actually doing the good that we would want to do, the good, and having a full-time ranger. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Hennick.
Yes, thank you. So this was a contingency that had been thought about previously, and I'll ask Eric Knepp to kind of explain, but the hourly salaries can be converted into permanent positions. So Eric, could you kind of describe how that works?
Well, certainly we could work through the process of converting something actually in an hourly line item to permanent through the HR process. The way we built the Ranger program to what it is now, the 3.6, it was historically 0.75, 3.75, 75% FTE. Actually, was 2.75 years ago. That modest up to a 110 and 2.8s has been through the research process that we do our level best to then pull down hourly funding in the budgeting process. So we, as those positions work more, there's a recertification process that happens automatically for the benefits. But we don't work them substantially more, right? But over time, there have been situations where we had the ability to pull back hourly funding and convert that hourly funding into investing in those permanent positions. We do still have 2 positions that are budgeted at the 0.8 level, permanent positions currently. We've been looking at alternatives to funding, alternative funding streams through either reductions in hourly in the general fund or other permit-based revenue. I think we're pretty well tapped out on what's a reasonable permit fee revenue from dogs or disc golf permits. But yeah, it would be, I think if the goal were to invest it in permanent staffing, I would say it's probably easier than having us convert hourly funding to permanent staffing. It'd be budgeted into permanent staffing, and we would evaluate how many, the 0.8 positions currently budgeted at that level, how much more that would give you. I believe that would bring them to a quick back of the envelope would tell me that would put them at fully funded in the budget at one point. So a 0.4 FT increase is my read of it, but certainly it's a bit complex to do the math right now.
Alder Hennick, does that address your question? Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have no other alders in the queue. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to anticipate a request for a roll call on this item and remind staff to please mute themselves while I unmute you all. All those in favor of the substitute of Amendment 9, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will call the roll. Oh, excuse me, before you start calling the roll, Alder Hanks McKinney.
So my question is, Madam Mayor, in process, we're going through and I know that this is before us to vote on. Is there any other option for this amendment where we don't have to vote against it? Are there any other options that we can consider?
Alder, like everything else, you can vote aye, you can vote no, you can abstain. If you wish to change what's before the body, you can offer an amendment.
Okay, so I asked my fellow Alder, Alder Hennick, do you have an amendment that you'd like to offer up?
Alder Hennick.
This is the amendment. I amended the original to make something that would work that was available with the current levy limit, and I would that's what I'm supporting. If you have something else, I'd be happy to hear it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney, I think your concern is that it pushes up against the levy limit. If you wish to offer an amendment that lowered the dollar amount, now would be the time to do it. Otherwise, if you're not comfortable with pushing up against the levy limit, I would advise you to vote no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right, so once again, all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Skidmore?
Aye.
Aye. Tierney?
No.
No. Verveer?
Aye.
Aye. Abbas?
Aye.
Aye. Alboris?
Come back to me, please.
Sure. Balde?
Aye.
Aye. Bidar?
No.
No. Carter is excused. Evers?
No.
No. Foster?
No.
No. Furman?
No.
No. Harrington McKinney?
I'm going to abstain.
Abstain? Heck?
Yes.
No.
No. Hennick?
Sorry, you get me?
Yeah, Alder Hennick.
Oh.
Aye.
Kemble?
No.
No. Lemmer?
No.
No. Martin is excused. Presta Giacomo?
No.
No. Rummel?
No.
No. And then back to Alder Alboris?
Aye.
Aye. So that is 6 ayes, 10 noes, and 1 abstain.
With 6 ayes and 10 noes, that item fails. I'm going to mute you all again. And we will move on to item number 10. Alder Hennick. Alder Hennick.
Move to place on file.
Move to place Amendment 10 on file. Is there a second? Alder Harrington McKinney will second. Alder Hennick, do you wish to speak to it?
There's not available levy limit. It's pretty self-explanatory.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Skidmore.
Thank you. This is one of the, if not the most important, one of the most important issues before the public, and we're not going to have an opportunity to discuss the merits. And I will therefore be requesting a roll call vote, and I will be voting no on this because we will not have an opportunity to discuss the merits of whether this is more important than other things in the budget at this point.
Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item number 10 is one that I prepared to present. And even though in terms of movement, we are up against our levy limit and there is no room for it, placing it on file does eliminate the opportunity to really speak to the importance of of this. And so I agree with Alder Skidmore. And so my second to place this on file. I know it would be expedient in order for us to move on, but with such discussion related to for and against item number 10, it should be discussed. So I'm going to withdraw my vote to place it on file, my second to place it on file.
All right. Is there another second to place on file? Alder Foster will second. Thank you, Alder. Alder Hennick.
Yes. In response to Alder McKinney's withdrawal, I would either like to move an amendment or move a, since it's the action of the evening, either amend or remove, but I would like to move an amendment that directs staff to continue to seek out COPS grants. That way we would be able to have the discussion without the levy limit.
Alder, you all can discuss what's before you, which is the COPS grant. You don't need to change the motion to have a discussion. If you want to have a discussion, you can have the discussion. It's really not appropriate. I didn't speak to this before, but it's just really not appropriate to have budget amendments that don't have some fiscal tie into the budget. It's not appropriate to direct staff via the budget. That's what resolutions are for. So you're all welcome to discuss this item. There's no reason that a motion to place on file keeps you from discussing it.
I will yield and I will move the original motion.
All right, so the motion is to place on file. Is there discussion?
Mayor?
Yes.
I would like to discuss.
Please.
So a motion to place on file is actually a motion and is debatable. And so we are indeed, as the mayor said, able to debate as much as we want the merits of the COPS grant, regardless of the fact that we don't have the ability to actually approve it because we don't have any amount of money left to the levy. So I do think that we have heard a lot from our constituents about this issue, and certainly any alder is welcome to present their perspective on it, whether we place it on file or not. So my perspective on it is that I was not going to support it, even if we did have room to the levy. And the reason for it is, one, because I think we've heard very clearly that we cannot continue investing into more officers. And I also, very specifically, because I have over my years seen what happens with COPS grants, which is they fund a percentage of it, and then we need to pick up more and more parts of that funding to eventually cover the whole funding. So it is a really systematic way to create a way for local governments to have to just absorb more and more of the costs for policing and adding police. So I was not going to support it. I'm sure what I just said wasn't a surprise to anybody that I just said it to, but I wanted to start the debate, so have at it.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Skidmore.
Thank you. First off, to comment on procedure, and I think Alder Revere might remember this as well. I can recall at least one past budget where we ran up against the levy limit and there were still amendments to go. And as I recall, one specific instance where we reversed a position on a previous approval so that improvements could be made in the library for Alder Palm, if you remember him. So from a procedural standpoint, we're not precluded from actually taking a meaningful action. We could change our course. I'm not naive. I don't believe that that will happen here. And I believe that many were hoping that this would just be a convenient way not to discuss it. And I also do not agree with Alder Badar that it's clear to everybody that there isn't support or the need for additional officers. I would challenge that. And the statistics that we have that we have been given repeatedly by the police department, and yes, they are trustworthy, support those claims. Just recently, I sent an email to you that was sent to me by Captain Patton of the West District. I asked him for an update on crime statistics month to month, and he's been doing it and shown the dramatic increase in statistics. I just want to remind you that in September of this year, we saw a 76% increase over shots fired or weapons offenses since last year at the same time. There was a 28% increase in burglaries, and these are citywide statistics. There was a 55% increase in stolen autos and a 25% increase in theft from auto. Those were just the statistics that I asked for, but I'm also aware that now we are up at 11 homicides. I haven't asked for the percent increase from last year, but I believe it was significantly higher. We have a very serious trend here, and it's been growing very steadily for a variety of reasons. And one of them is that the police department is understaffed for patrol, and that is a fact that has been discussed. And we have a trend where the crimes are increasing at a steady rate. And if we don't staunch the bleeding, they're going to get much worse. That is why I think the COPS grant is important. I do not share the opinion that we should be getting labor for free. This is just an incentive to address an issue. The federal government agreed, and that's how we were offered this grant. And the comment was possibly we could apply for another grant. If we refuse this grant again, and this is not the first grant that we've refused, I can recall a snit a number of years ago between Mayor Bauman and Alder Tim Brewer, where Mayor Bauman refused a grant for 10 officers. That was quite a while ago. I don't think that's a good move. I think the government would remember that. So I think this might hurt, if not preclude, our chances to get a future grant. So this is a discussion about policy, the direction we're going, and how our constituents feel about this. I've heard loud and clear from my constituents, and I believe that Alder Hennick and Alder Carter and Alder Harrington have heard similar, but I'm not going to put words in their mouth. They could speak if they want to, but I wanted to make sure that I was on record that I think it's important that we consider adding staff now rather than later. This problem is not going to get better. I fully support violence prevention. I fully support violence interruption. And if you look at my record, I have supported the proposals that have come forward, and I still continue to do so. However, public safety and security is a continuum. It's not either or. There will never be a situation where we will not need a well-equipped and well-trained police force that is able to end a threat of violence at any time. And that's something that intervention or crime prevention is not going to be able to do. Thank you. I look forward to a roll call vote.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Prestigiacomo.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've been doing a lot of reflecting recently, especially given last night. And, I mean, I think it's pretty clear that there was a lot of trauma and pain, that people were sharing. And so I kind of want to focus on the big picture. I'm not going to speak for long, but I just wanted to, I guess, relate this back to the entire mass movements we're seeing across the country right now. And I also want to apologize I'm feeling embarrassed to be a part of this council. And I'm so sorry to the community organizers, that have been a part of this process. And, you're being forced to share your pain, your trauma. Unfortunately, people still aren't listening. And so I really want to reiterate that, this is emotional labor that people are giving us when they come testify at these meetings. This is free labor that Black, Indigenous people of color are giving to fix the system. It's dramatic. I don't want to downplay that. And it's not the same as civic engagement. And so I'm so sorry that, meeting after meeting, we hear this trauma, this testimony. I honestly question what we're even doing here so many times, because I sit here and I'm so taken aback by, people sharing their experiences of living as a marginalized person in the city, and then we turn around and we create budgets like this. So, it takes labor, like I was saying, it takes blood, sweat, and tears to organize this stuff. And what's happening in the streets, and, for me, the cities across the U.S. are responding to this. Some of them, big cities like Madison, and are reducing police budgets by upwards of 50%. And then we go around and propose this. Make it make sense. It just doesn't. There's a huge disconnect here, and I need to point it out tonight. I'm feeling very complicit in white supremacy. I hope more of my colleagues do as well. And I'm feeling like should have done more, and I'm ashamed that I have to vote for this budget tonight, because that we've heard testimony meeting after meeting after meeting. And to me, it's just what is this for if we hear anecdote after anecdote from Black, Indigenous people of color, explaining the trauma in this community, and then we continue to fund. So I'm just feeling so frustrated. And I'll finish up by saying, I think so much of the community has reiterated what I've just said. It's pretty clear. And if that's not clear to you, then I don't think you've been listening. And if there's one thing that my position as District 8 Older can provide, because I don't think, my position is something listened to that often as a young person. I think the one thing I can tell you is that how future generations will view what we're doing tonight. We've all been asked last night over meetings, how will future generations view today? What side of history will you be on? And I don't even think I have to add more to what the young people who testified last night had to say. They painted a pretty clear picture. It sounds cliche, but I want to spell it out. History will look back at this moment, these multiple budget decisions, and note who stood in solidarity with the grassroots movements in the streets led by Black, Indigenous people of color, community members, and who placed their own comfortability voting for an amendment or tax dollars here and there in front of Black liberation. And so I need to say that, and I'm feeling really honestly ashamed to hold this office, and a little embarrassed that, this is what we've come to over, this is the work that we put in after all these people showing up in the streets, protesting, yelling and screaming, for their lives. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to apologize if my words hurt or, if anyone takes offense, because these are people's lives on the line. I feel the need to speak up right now because there are people who come speak to these meetings, share how their lives are directly impacted, and then somehow that's just completely ignored and in favor of this white narrative, this upper class white narrative that Madison police are progressive, that they're just different, and that we can't separate that from, we have to separate that from white supremacy that's been founded in this nation. So I guess I'll just end with, I'm again so sorry to all of the community members that were putting all this work, and this is what came out of it. I really value your input and everything that most impacted communities are saying, because at the end of the day, for me, it's lived experience that guides my decision making. It's not what white upper class people who have the privilege to engage in politics tell me at council meetings when they say they don't feel safe in their neighborhood. So yeah, I would just say I'd encourage my colleagues to look at what all went down this past couple of months and look back at the testimony we heard, because I think you can connect a string between all of it. And I don't think tonight we met that moment. So thank you.
Alder Tierney, Alder Harrington-Kinney was next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I am not going to apologize. And when you talk about fear, when you talk about hurt, when you talk about those things, congratulations for just discovering what it is to be a Black person in white America. Thank you very much for realizing that systems have created what we face now. Thank you for being able to stand and say that I am for Black Lives Matter, and if you are not for Black Lives Matters, there has to be something wrong with you. Obviously, I'm a Black woman. I've been a Black woman all my life, and I know what it is to live in a white world and try to matter. And so it does insult me that the insinuation is that I don't know what it is to matter. Last night, we heard both sides. We heard people who talked about white supremacy and adding more police. We heard that. I also heard the hurt that was in other communities, though they be white, there will be Black, to talk about how they felt as well. And to think that because you are a person of color, that you don't have a sense of when shots are fired, when there's indiscriminate violence, that it does not impact us as well. We don't have a way of saying is that, this is a norm. The reason that I have been so strongly in support of public safety was that when I first became an alder, I was on a ride-along, and I started at the West District, and I ended up in South Madison because the perpetrator was moving. When I ended up in South Madison, because of mutual aid, there was like 15 police cars there. And so I asked myself, if something happened at my home, in my neighborhood, who would be there? And so public safety is an issue that the city has a responsibility for offering up. The public comment was very, very intense on both sides. And when I look at and the thought is that, you're trying to get reelected, or that has nothing to do with it. When I ran for office, I didn't even know you got paid for it. So whether I'm an alder reelected, I'm going to still be out in the community working toward the community. Let's just get this straight. But I absolutely know that some of the people that called, many of the people that called up and made their comments yesterday, were really concerned, and we made it a black and white issue. And why does it have to be either or? Why does it have to be because I'm a white person and I happen to be affluent that you don't understand that Black Lives Matter? I am not affluent. I've experienced some of the same experience of being Black in white America. I've been homeless. I've gone to food pantries. I have to put paper in my shoes. All of those are experiences that I have had to have. And also just being relevant in a white world is something that I have to face. And so the fact of the COPS grant boiled down to increasing police. If people took the time to read the context of the COPS grant, it was not increasing police. It was identifying, it was a well-written document. And if you read it and you understood it, it absolutely supported everything that we talked about, that we wanted. It said that in 2020, the city of Madison applied for and was awarded a grant to build community cohesion and reduce crime in the Central Entertainment Zone. Objectives of this grant was include developing a multi-stakeholder cross-sector plan to reduce crime and improve safety in downtown Madison, improve collaborative problem solving and communication between residents, visitors, businesses, city agencies, find measures to make downtown safer and more welcoming for communities of color, implement evidence-based programming and activities, create a durable framework to sustain momentum and continuing partnership. What would have happened if we had a designated group of officers working downtown, building relationships with protesters rather than the police coming in? What would have happened if we had the opportunity for police to be inside of those communities, for people to accept the relationships that would have been built? What would have happened if it's not an either or? What would happen? We have done some tremendous things in terms of our budget. We have added so many things related to our budget. New violence prevention unit, violence interruption activities, employment and youth programming, restorative justice programming, diverting young offenders from the criminal justice system, summer youth employment, new independent monitor and staff, civilian oversight board, small business equity loan. We have done tremendous things. Do we have enough money to do that? No, we don't have enough money, but we have made significant movement for creating a Madison that changes things. And one of the other things that I want to look at is the social determinants of health. In one budget, we are not going to be able to address all of the social determinants of health. Our maximum levy is not going to allow us to do that. But what are those social determinants of health? And I'm going to use my time to talk about those social determinants of health. And if I can find my page. And I'm not able to, here. And so you have to indulge me because this is important and I want to get it on record. Social determinants of health, economic stability, employment, food insecurity, housing instability, poverty, education, early childhood education and development, enrollment in higher education, high school graduation, language and literacy, social and community contacts, civic participation, discrimination, incarceration, social cohesion, health and health care, access to health care, access to primary care, health literacy, neighborhood and built environment, access to foods that support healthy eating patterns, crime and violence, entertainment, environment conditions, quality of housing. These social determinants of health didn't just pop up. The Urban League started talking about these long before there's this white awareness that we need to do something about disparities. We're not going to eliminate these social determinants of health with one budget. The COPS grant was not designed to eliminate all of these social determinants of health. It was an opportunity for the police, which was written by the police, in actions further. We accepted a grant that was written by police to say that we can do better. So I'm of the mind that in order for us to do better is that we have to have those young people marching in the street at the table, listening and saying what is so and what's not. We have to have the community that's impacted at the table having that conversation. We need to have the table for what you call white supremacists premise to be at the table understanding each other, and the police have a role. Do we really need to ask what the cultural sensitivity that says that when you see a Black person on the street, you're going to shoot before you ask the question? Yes, there's a lot of things that we have to address. Has there been healing for the shooting of Tony Robinson? The city has not healed, and we have heard that over and over again. But to drop this all into the laps of the COPS grant is just not a fair representation of what this grant was designed to do. It was designed and written to review a area in the city that had been, is Captain Wall on this call? Captain Wall.
Well, the Chief Wall is on the call, yes.
Okay, Chief, excuse me. Let me just slow down because I want to make sure that I get this in place. Acting Chief Wall, what was the purpose of this COPS grant?
Well, the focus was to really have a dedicated team to focus on some of the unique issues downtown in the entertainment zone. Loosely defined as State Street and sort of a few blocks south each direction. Obviously, it's an area that's very important to the city, to the sort of reputation of the city, the health of the city, the tax base of the city. And with the concentration of bars and other entertainment venues down there, the state, the university, it certainly creates a lot of unique challenges, not just from sort of a crime and violence perspective, but obviously there's a lot of issues with homelessness and other sort of challenges that we work on and a lot of other city agencies have worked on. And so we talked a little bit about it earlier with the Downtown Safety Initiative grant. And so I think the perfect world would have made these two things complementary, where we would have a team full-time to just focus on these issues and also have the other grant process working forward in a parallel manner.
So my next question is, we've talked a lot about authorized strength. Could you please speak to what is authorized strength and how and if the COPS grant impacts that and in what way? Yes or no?
So the authorized strength is how many positions are built into our budget or into any agency budget. So that's how many spots we can hire every year and how many positions we can retain. And typically the COPS grants have only allowed us to add positions above our existing authorized strength. The budget, the executive budget cuts our authorized strength by 4 positions. But in talking with the COPS office, they would have allowed us to amend the grant to sort of retain those positions in lieu of losing them. So had we, the amendments that we're discussing would have sort of just maintained our authorized strength by partially accepting the grant and taking 4 positions.
And so if I'm understanding is that these 4 officers were not adding to the strength, it was replacing the 4 that was lost. Is that what I heard?
The 4 positions that are designated for reduction next year, yes.
Okay. Another question is that there has been some discussion around future recruit classes. Could you say more about when we say reducing the authorized strength, what is the impact on future recruit classes for the overall city as a whole?
So we historically have done 1 pre-service academy every year. We have an annual hiring cycle, hiring process that we go through. And once we get near the end of that process, we determine how big the class size is going to be, and that's based on really 2 things: what our authorized strength is, and then what our projected attrition is. And so a reduction in authorized strength just typically is going to mean a reduction in the size of the pre-service academy next year.
How does this impact with the fact that we will be annexing the town of Madison in 2022?
Well, certainly when we take in the town of Madison, you know, we're adding another municipality. They have a full-time police department that works 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They have detectives, they have investigators, and they police their area, and we're going to be responsible for that in 2022. You know, we've done some analysis to look at workload and look at what their call volume is and the size of their agency, and you know, determine that clearly we'll need some increased staffing to take on that added responsibility. And while 2022 seems a long ways off because of our hiring cycle, it's closer than you think, because you know we hire people in next year in the academy, and they're not actually available to us when they finish their training until early 2022. So sort of the size of our academy next year is going to have a real direct impact on our ability to handle the town of Madison when that happens.
And to tie this back in, when we're looking at, and so I asked a question on one spectrum, the impact of the annexation of the town of Madison, how is this, or is this tied in at all to the COPS grant?
Only peripherally. I mean, the COPS grant, when we applied for it, we have to apply for a very specific unit or function or project. And so the grant is very specifically focused on the entertainment zone team. And so if we retained these 4 officers, we would have to create the team. So we wouldn't be able to divert them to the town of Madison or to some other responsibility. Now, certainly, you know, the more robust our overall staffing is, you know, that gives us more options to fill shifts with overtime, or that we just have that added capacity in the agency, which is a benefit. But it's a pretty peripheral connection, I'd say, to the town of Madison.
So I'm moving to my final questions. And so when we're looking at the team that would have made up this group, what was the intent, the community engagement? What was the intent? How did you see this team moving forward to enhance public trust and relationships that can be formed in that defined area?
I think we are kind of hoping that, you know, I can say that the original grant application was for 10 positions. And I think the vision was initially to have 2 shifts, and that we would have people that have a real connection to the area, that develop relationships with residents, with businesses, with other stakeholders in the area, and that by, we have a little bit of that now with the neighborhood officer down there, but that's just, one person. And so to sort of be able to magnify that connection and that ability to really deliver quality service and solve problems with more people and across greater time period every day, I think really would have been a benefit to our ability to serve down there. So the smaller version wouldn't have given us that 2 shifts. We would have had to condense it to 1 shift, but it still would have had the benefit of people that are, really embedded in the community down there.
So I'm going to ask a final question because this is not going anywhere, but I need to hear. There is a culture that exists in the Madison Police Department. And in that culture, it has been described as negative and against Black people. And I'm just going to be right out straight because this is where we need to have this tough conversation and hear it. As a veteran police officer, speaking to that culture and how you see the police department moving forward to create a better a system of trust for communities of color. That might be convoluted, but you know what I'm trying to get at.
Well, I think certainly the effort to improve trust and build trust with people of color and with the larger community is a significant challenge for us, and I think we've been taking baby steps over the years, and then with what happened over the last few months, I think clearly that's a leap back, not just for MPD, but for police departments across the country. And I think so we have to, do a lot of things to work at that. As you folks have heard me talk, I'm all in on continuous improvement and making sure that we do the absolute best we can do in every aspect of our operations. So from who we recruit to how we select them, how we train them, and to what sort of culture we institute in our new officers to make sure that we stay with national best practices in every aspect of our service that we deliver, that we're very transparent in how we do things, and that when we make mistakes, because we will, that we own up to them and we're straightforward with the community about it, and that people, trust that the chief, whoever's sitting in my seat, is serving not just the department, but serving the community, and that our people always have the best intentions and are doing the best they can to serve the public. I think we have a very diverse workforce. We have a very well-educated workforce. And, in 3 decades of doing this business, I have opportunities to go to other parts of the country and see other police departments and how they do things. And I can tell you that I feel good about where we are, and I think everybody in Madison should feel proud of what we have as a police department here. It doesn't mean that we don't have room for improvement, because we do. I've got a long to-do list that I keep on my desk with a lot of things that I think we need to do to move forward, and it's just a constant process. I don't think we'll ever, I can't imagine any organization that doesn't still have room for improvement. And as long as I'm around, we're gonna continue to work on that process and try to get better at what we do.
And so the reason that, and thank you, Acting Chief, for walking along this journey with me. We have incentivized a great divide. It's not Black against white. And you go, how can you say that as a Black person who has experienced and looked at lynching firsthand, who absolutely have seen the horrors of police officers in their worst days. I've also seen the horrors of individuals in their worst days. One of the speakers talked about now Judge Everett Mitchell and the creation of the Journey Home, which is a program that was funded by United Way that significantly reduced the number of incarcerated individuals. Creating that program was myself and Everett Mitchell and Jerome Dillard. We created that program. We went inside prisons to talk to individuals who were 17 years old who were convicted. And so I have been inside of this work. This is not something that I sit at my kitchen table and say, la, 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 la. I have been inside of this work. I know what the pain is. And so to discount the pain that people brought to the table last night really does bother me. I am a restorative justice practitioner. What that means is that I want to bring those factions to the table. I want to bring Black Lives Matter to the table. I want to bring urban triage to the table. I want to bring community organizations, faith communities to the table to talk about what is wrong and what do we need to move forward. The police has a role in that. And so when I'm pushing for police reform, it's an inside-out piece for me. I don't have to be on one side or the other. My job is to come to a place where our community, whether they're Black or white, whether they're rich or poor, can thrive in Madison, Wisconsin. That is not happening. And the more we push and divide to have white folks over here and Black folks over here and underrepresented, and as long as we do that, we'll never get to a place where we can be inside of Madison that we all thrive. Madison has been on a down spiral for a long time. We admit that. But we don't have to stay in that down spiral. When you have Black organizations coming and to talk, when you really talk about what Kwesi said about really talking to Black organizations, they have been complaining about this for a long time. We can do one or two things. We can keep this divide, keep separated, or we can start naming it and start moving forward. The reason that I support the COPS grant is that I believe that how the COPS grant was written and the intent of the COPS grant absolutely is creating a space that we want to move forward to. It's not going to move forward because we don't have money in the levy limit. But to summarily dismiss it without even looking at it and evaluating it is not what policymakers do. And so I wanted to I had a whole list of things that I was going to respond to last night, but this is a new day, and so I'm not going to even bring all of that up. But what I want to say is, as policymakers, we are responsible for underrepresented communities. We are also responsible for other communities as well. We all add to that tax base. And to discount one group or pit one group against the other is not how we really want to be. It's not a world that I want to live in. And so I wanted to make sure that you understood the COPS grant and its intent and the other stuff that's happening in the world. And so that's my rambling. That's what I had to say. And I do support the COPS grant, and I do support having 4 police officers. It's not adding strength. It is just maintaining the status quo in terms of the number of officers that we are reporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Tierney.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to say I support the COPS grant. Earlier today, I had a call from a constituent who called me up about it and wanted to know how I planned on voting on this amendment. And the interesting point he made was he said, well, first he rattled off a bunch of shootings that have occurred, within the last 6 months. And, and I related to him. I said, it's very frustrating for me when I'm out running errands and my phone starts ringing because it's my family wondering if I've been shot because they heard about, a shooting on Stoughton Road or, some other part of my district. And, he rattled off a bunch of shootings that have occurred. And then he said, when was the last time you heard about a gunfire between cars downtown? I said, I'm hard put to think of anything. And it dawned upon me when I look at the testimony about, defunding the police and this, that, and the other thing, and you look at the addresses where this all the proponents of this, generally come from. I know it's a gross generalization, but if you map it out, the frustrating thing for me is that people that the huge part of our city population that says they support that, well, you know what? They live in areas where there are overlapping jurisdictions. So like if you're on the Isthmus, you've got the Capitol Police that are going down to East Washington, around the Capitol Square, around all the Jeff buildings. You've got UW Police, that are going around campus, many of the downtown streets. Near West Side, you're not too far from from Shorewood Hills. Maple Bluff has a police department that's oftentimes patrolling the same Madison streets. So it's I guess probably that's maybe one reason why in many areas of the downtown area and that you don't see these shootings that are terrorizing neighborhoods in my district and elsewhere in the city that are further on the periphery, because you have policing, if a Madison police officer isn't around, it's going to be a Capitol police officer or a UW police officer. And the thing is, it's in my district, people are well aware that the East District, City of Madison, during the day, we're lucky that there's like 6 to 8 police officers patrolling an area that goes from McFarland in the south to East Washington Avenue in the north, then everything east between those 2 points. And, at night, they know that generally speaking, there's a couple of officers patrolling this area at the same time. Residents of my district look at McFarland, population about 8,000 or so. And, the village at times can have more officers patrolling in the village than the entire East District of the City of Madison does. And, the village doesn't have any of the problems with shootings and that kind of stuff. So it gets very, very frustrating for residents of my district. I guess, if there are people in areas of the city who think the policing is too much, well then, put together amendments that allocate officers differently. People in the East District, I think, would be happy to have more patrol officers going, out on patrol at a given time. If people on the Isthmus don't want the number of patrol officers, I guess that's something that if people want to oblige that, you're welcome to it. But it's something in my district The fear of gun violence, that's a priority for a lot of people. There are neighborhoods where children play where there just simply are never, patrol officers available, and people are scared to death of their kids getting hit by cars, that kind of thing. People want, the police, the neighborhood patrols. And, the thing is, if we lose officers, people in my district, they see the writing on the wall. Every time then something happens downtown or something like that, there's going to be officers from the East District, that are going to be heading off into other parts of the city. And then there's going to be the result of, well, you only get a call, only get a response if it's, an absolute, top priority. So that's what I'm hearing from my constituents. And I think it's something that we really do need to think about and address. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue. The motion is to place on file. Roll call has been requested. So I'll ask staff to keep themselves muted, please, as I unmute the Zoom. And all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Skidmore?
No.
No. Tierney?
No.
Sorry to catch that.
No.
No. Verveer?
Aye.
Aye. Abbas?
Aye.
Aye. Alboris?
Aye.
Aye. Balde?
Aye.
Aye. Bidar?
Aye.
Aye. Carter is excused. Evers?
Aye.
Aye. Foster?
Aye.
Aye. Furman?
Aye.
Aye. Harrington McKinney?
Aye.
Aye. Heck?
Aye.
Aye. Hennick?
Aye.
Aye. Kemble?
Aye.
Aye. Lemmer?
Aye.
Aye. Martin is excused. Presta Giacomo?
Aye.
Aye. Rummel?
Aye.
All right. That is 2 noes and 15 ayes.
With 15 ayes and 2 noes, the item is placed on file. And that brings us to item number 11. And excuse me, let me mute you all again first. Alder Rummel, unless you object, I'll ask Alder Bidar to make the motion. Alder Bidar?
I move number 11, the alternate.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Alder Lemmer will second. Alder Bidar, would you like to speak to it?
Sure, thank you. So the alternate allocates $200,000 from 2 items that were in the executive budget. One is $100,000 for the clerk's office supply budget, which was intended to purchase voting equipment for the town of Madison. The town of Madison's first election will be in November of 2022. That will be under the City of Madison's city clerk's office. And as you all know, the town will be part of the city in June of 2022. So the equipment can be purchased in early 2022 and will still provide sufficient time for testing and other needs to get it set up. And the other $100,000 come from the direct appropriation for COVID response costs, which were for PPE, which in conversation with Laura Larson, she felt comfortable given that this is an item that is really a placeholder for a reimbursement that we would be receiving from the federal government for those expenses. And so that reduction of $200,000 allows us to make sure that employees making less than $60,000 will not get any furlough days. And it also states in the amendment that no employees will have more than four furlough days. And again, it reduces the salary savings from the furloughs that were in the executive budget from $1.2 million in the executive budget to $1 million.
Thank you, Alder. Are there questions for staff? Vice President Abbas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question for clerk office. I want to know this $100,000 clerk office supply, how this is going to impact their voting equipment. And I know as from voting standpoint, we spent substantial amount of money during this election. I understand the election is in 2022, but I want to hear from the clerk office, what would be the impact of that $100,000 if it is removed for 2021?
Our clerk is here. Mary Beth, you should be unmuted. I had you there for a moment, Mary Beth. You should be unmuted, Mary Beth. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Well, we would just get the equipment the following year prior to the fall elections of 2022.
So it won't impact your performance or efficiency or the way you're doing your work. This will not impact that, correct?
No, COVID will impact us in the spring elections. That would be our big concern, but not equipment.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder.
And sorry.
Go ahead, Vice President Abbas.
Yeah, and I also want to see this eliminate 100,000 direct appropriation for COVID response cost. I also want to hear that impact too from a city staff. What is their comment on that?
Let's start with Mr. Schmidtke and Ms. Larson, Finance.
So these funds were added to the executive budget sort of as a precaution to ensure that we had funding to continue the practice that started this year to do centralized purchasing for PPE and cleaning supplies during COVID. Under the FEMA Public Assistance Program and this year through the State Routes to Recovery Program, we've been able to seek reimbursement for the costs that we've incurred for those types of expenses. So as Alder Badar mentioned, it would be likely that if we were to incur these expenditures next year to purchase this equipment or to purchase these supplies, we would be able to seek some sort of reimbursement through a federal or state program for these costs. So if this is appropriate,
Sorry, I cannot hear her.
Position to purchase the necessary.
Laura, we lost you for a moment there.
Am I back now? Sorry. So the thought here is that to continue practice without needing the funds.
So Laura, all those reimbursements are guaranteed? Do you think next year we will get those, or those programs will run? Is there any forecast or prediction around it?
So these costs, PPE and various COVID response costs can fall under the FEMA Public Assistance Program. It is cumbersome, and it does take a significant amount of time to actually receive reimbursement from FEMA. That we would still be, through tracking these costs, we would be able to get reimbursed. None of us know exactly what state or federal relief for the next, as we continue to navigate the pandemic, what that will look like. But I think everyone's optimistic that there will be support there for local governments, as they continue to respond to the pandemic and, ensure that our employees are able to safely provide services.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you, Vice President Abbas. Alder Carrington McKinney.
Thank you. My first question is to Mary Beth. And Mary Beth, in terms of confidence, not being able to predict what the pandemic will cause, in order to have safety as a priority in our election spaces. And so this is before us now. Are you very comfortable that should there be a need to have supplies, to keep staff safe, to do the tremendous work that has been done to put people inside of election facilities, that you would have the money to do that, the resources to do that, and will not run into any encumbrances?
We, in our budget request, shifted funds from staffing of polling places to supplies, such as anticipating that more voters would be voting absentee than typically we would see, and also to some personal protective equipment, such as hand sanitizer and disinfectant spray. We still have to go through all the supplies that came back from the polls and take an inventory of what we have, so we will know what we will still need to get for the spring elections. But we do have a substantial amount of personal protective equipment on hand right now.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is that for the spring election, you are very confident, even if we take this $200,000 away, that you, and I know that the $100,000 of it is for voting equipment, but you are very confident that you would have the capacity to buy what you need to make sure those polling locations and supplies will be readily available. Is that what I'm hearing? You have a comfort level of that?
Right. We included that in our budget request for the election supplies budget in the clerk's office portion of the budget, and the mayor granted that in the executive budget that was introduced.
Okay, thank you. Oh, my last question is to Laura. In shifting these funds, there is no impact because we are shifting allocated funds to another line item. So there is no effective impact on the levy limit. Is that what I'm understanding?
That's right. This amendment reduces the projected level of savings from the furlough program by $200,000. And that cost is offset by reducing the clerk's office budget by $100,000 and reducing direct appropriations by $100,000.
Does that give us more, what wiggle room or what margin are we looking at, if any, in terms of pushing against the levy limit? Any impact at all?
This has been up to this point this evening, the levy.
I didn't. So could you speak again because you were toned out?
Alder McKinney, it has no impact on where we're at.
This has no impact on.
Okay, that's what I needed to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Balde.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a question for the HR people, Harper or whoever is in attendance.
Go ahead.
So my first question is, can you speak to HR and maybe you're working with the mayor's office, your design of how the follow should work outside of these amendments?
Okay, sure. So in regards to the furloughs, coming up with a structure and then an implementation plan, what we did is we worked with a couple folks from different labor organizations, city leaders, city managers, to try to come up with a plan that was the least disruptive for our employees. What we arrived at is a process in which there are going to be 2 to 4 furloughs. I believe that this amendment or that you all are putting forth is eliminating that for the folks that would be serving 2. But we broke that down in bands. A couple discussions in regards to what would be the most appropriate approach with consideration giving to higher wage earners versus lower wage earners. We broke that down into 3 different bands. I think most of you are familiar with the bands that we use, approximately around 60,000 or so. Folks earning less than 60,000 would serve 2 furlough days. Folks between 60,000 or so and 75,000. And these numbers that I'm throwing at you right now would serve 3, and folks above that would have 4 furlough days for the year. I did receive quite a few calls from a few of you, and I appreciate you all reaching out when you have questions. There were questions in regards to the number of furlough days that employees would be serving, and that is 2 to 4 furlough days for the entire year and not 2 to 4 furlough days a month.
So also when people are followed, the days that they are followed, is that money removed or deducted from their pay directly, or is it spread out?
Sure. So we set this up so that we'd have, if there would be a deduction, and the deductions would come throughout 26 pay periods. So what that looks like, I think most of you should be familiar with floating holiday leave balances that employees have. So what that looks like is that January 1st, based on the income that employees would have as of January 1, 2021, there would be deductions throughout the year for 26 pay periods, and employees would have access to another leave balance. And depending on which group they fall in, they would be directed, they would have to take those furlough days throughout the course of the year. They would work out a time that was agreeable to them and their supervisor. And similar to like floating holidays in which employees have 3.5 days, or most employees have 3.5 days, in the situation they would have 2 or 4, depending on how this amendment shakes out, to use those furlough days. And those are days in which they would be directed not to work.
So do you know how different your proposal is to that of the county or maybe the UW, if you're familiar with what they just did?
So in regards to the university, I am unaware in regards to what they're doing. It sounds like they have, and I don't feel comfortable talking about the university because I'm unaware, but the feedback that I've been getting is they have quite a bit of furloughs. I believe folks are saying 2 weeks within 6 months, and then maybe another round. But please don't quote me on that because I'm not positive. In regards to the county, I believe that they're not having any furlough days for 2021. Instead, they're using a voluntary leave program. And that's something that we also discussed in our meetings in regards to having voluntary furlough days, but then also establishing some type of voluntary leave program to make sure that we're closing that gap.
My final question, can you speak to the equity of your plan compared to maybe some of the amendments that we have? If you're not comfortable doing that, can you speak to the equity of your plan alone?
I'm comfortable. It's a challenge for me. I think when folks use equity, I usually want to clarify in regards to what they're talking about. My understanding of equity is giving consideration to something that's happened in the past and trying to offset that. I think when most folks frequently are using equity around here, where they're trying to look for something that they believe is fair. And it was a challenge. Folks that I worked with in regards to trying to arrive to a place that I felt was least disruptive for folks. I don't know how equitable it is. I think our intentions are in the right place. And part of my struggle is that, I got feedback from folks when we talk about lower wage earners experiencing the least number of days. I got feedback from folks saying, how is that fair in regards to some of the higher wage earners that very well may be in situations where they have outside things going on. Maybe they're the only income earners in the home. You just never really know what folks have going on. So they're questioning how fair that would be. I think, again, I'll fall back to our intentions. And our intentions are that we're making assumptions that folks that are on the lower end of the wage scale have the least, and it would be more of a burden on them. So we're trying to soften that.
You may not be able to have the data for this or be able to speak to it in a very informative way. But would you say making less means basically having less in terms of the people that may be impacted with this?
I think it's a good assumption, but again, I don't feel comfortable making that assumption. But I think it's a reasonable assumption to assume that if someone's making less money with all the information that we have available, that they would have left than someone that is making more money. Again, I don't know what folks have going on outside of work, so it's really hard to say. I did get quite a bit of feedback from folks throughout the organization that really had concerns. Folks looked at it as if everyone should have the same number of days because they thought that was fair. And it's hard to challenge that. But again, I think our intentions are in a good place. We're trying to soften the blow on folks that, based on information that we have, and we're really going off of information in regards to their wages. We're just trying to soften it for those folks, the burden of experiencing those furloughs throughout the year.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for staff? Seeing none, I actually would like to ask the city attorney a question. Attorney Haas, can you just clarify for myself and the council the jurisdiction over making this kind of decision? Who actually has the ability to decide if, when, and how many furloughs employees need to take?
Sure, I can try. I think there's two pieces to this alternate. I mean, there's the part about adjusting the number, which I think the council can do. But I think we took a look at this for a while today. I think the design and implementation of a furlough program, I believe, is in the purview of the mayor and not the council. And, in the mayor's management of the staff, day-to-day management of the staff, I think it's up to the mayor to decide how a furlough program is to be designed and implemented.
Okay, so just to clarify, it's absolutely within the purview of the council to set the budget and the amount of savings to be realized, but the design of the program and whether or not we do need to have either these anticipated furloughs or others going forward is my decision.
Yes, in my opinion, it is, yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we all had that shared understanding. Alder Balde?
Yeah, so I just, really want to say that I think the amendment is an excellent amendment in terms of being able to identify $200,000 savings. But I also do believe that, again, there's a reason why we have the executive and there's a reason why we have the legislative branch. I know sometimes it can be difficult to separate them, particularly once we are identified as the policymakers. But I do not see this as a policy issue. I see this as a management issue. And so even before the city attorney says what he said, my opinion or approach to this was that it should be the responsibility of the mayor to do this. The city, the council, I think, in my opinion, can direct the mayor as to what we think is equitable. Say, for example, if you're just going to say only certain people will be followed, it's our responsibility as policymakers to see if that really makes sense and is fair and is equitable. So I will not support this, and I hope my colleagues will not support this. Let the mayor deal with this. If she has policy issues, she can come to council. But I don't think we should meddle into the administration of the city. That's her responsibility. We deal with policies. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions or is there further discussion? Alder Kemble.
Thank you. I will also not be supporting this, but not for the reason that Alder Balde stated. I won't be supporting it because I don't support mandatory furloughs. And I and other sponsors of the original and the substitute worked really hard to put together a proposal for voluntary time away in the original. And then in the substitute, we worked really hard to figure out how to pay for that because we felt it wasn't really, while we appreciated the finance department's thinking around this and putting a May date as a deadline by which we would reckon some numbers about how much voluntary time away, how much savings of voluntary time away would have accrued by that point. We didn't have an actual source beyond just the reserves, and we were going up against $800 of expenditure restraint. So several of us then worked on the substitute that found a way to actually come up with the full 1.2 million if necessary, but probably it wouldn't have come to that. And that was by offsetting any gap between 1.2 million and whatever voluntary time away was yielding at a certain point by reducing the pre-service academy from the police department. We felt that was not only fiscally responsible, but also equitable given the situation that MPPOA has refused to come to the table and negotiate the way everyone else and every other city employee in the city has done or has been forced to do. Fire department employees gave something, and the general municipal employees are giving more than one thing. They're not getting their raises this year, and now they're being forced to pay for MPPOAs and transients by having mandatory furloughs, and that's not fair. Now, we heard last night from the heads of the employee associations that they didn't want the council pitting one employee group against another, but it's not the council doing it. Honestly, it's MPPOA acting like a bully, and I'm just going to say it. And it's MPD, instead of getting a 3% increase in their budget instead of the 5% that everyone else was asked to take. Chief Wall himself offered up the $2.1 million in the pre-service academy as a potential cut. Chief himself said, you can take this. If you're going to cut from my budget, cut this. So this is where we went. And even worst case scenario, I think Laura said, covering the gap that a voluntary away program might yield between, what is realized and the $1.2 million could bring the pre-service academy down to 20 recruits. That doesn't affect any current employee. And we're getting a new chief. And we hope that chief is going to reorganize. We're getting a new chief for a reason. It's because we need, as good as MPD or as whatever accolades they've had in the past, there are issues there. We are hearing from people all summer long. We have heard from people for 5 years in various committees about the issues in MPD. We had a bellicose leader of MPD that pitted the community, that pitted the police department against this council and elected officials directly, and whipped up community sentiment against us. We are still dealing with the residuals of that now. And in light of not just the testimony, but the actual transformative moment we are in right now, we could do something mild, like reduce the pre-service academy to 20 people, so all of our general municipal employees don't have to take furloughs. And that would still be an increase in the police budget. What I heard last night from the people arguing for more police was a huge lack of education, understanding, and listening to those who have been crying out for reinvestment in the community and divestment from a system that, as Alder Tierney's constituent said, is really good at a lot of things, one of them being arresting and jailing Black people. I mean, we are superlative. Our department is superlative of that in the country. And we have to do something more than just changing little pots of money here and there to transform how we care for people in our community. And not just how we address racial disparities, but how we actually shift our resources to provide care to those who have been most directly impacted. We have done a tiny bit of that in this budget. We have instituted a pilot program for a crisis response team. At Finance Committee, we approved an amendment that took a little bit of money from MPD, $250,000, to increase that budget for the crisis response team, so that when they get to their evaluation point in June, and they find they can expand either, with shifts or more workers or geographically, they'll have the resources to do that. And that budget amendment, as I said at Finance when I presented it, was premised on, that was half of an amendment that the county was also going to do another $250,000 amendment. Well, at the county board meeting on Monday, county board members said that city leaders told them, we don't know what to do with the money and we can't use the money. So it's really frustrating that this one tiny step that we're taking to do a different kind of care in the community, to pull back from our reliance on police for every emergency response, is not supported. And we literally have the power to do it. We could do bold things, but we're not doing bold things. And, instead, we're forcing our general municipal employees, and it's not just about them and their days off. We are sacrificing every other city service because those people won't be working and doing what they do for the city, because MPPOA will not come to the table and give a little. And that kind of intransience, uncooperativeness, and I'm going to say boldness on their part, because, even Chief Wall and the captains are putting out public blogs lobbying for this. What other city department head does that? What other city department workers do that? None. And, if we are going to respond to the cries in our community for transforming how we invest our resources, how we take care, how we actually put money behind what we say is important to us. We have to do a lot better than this. And again, that is why I supported the substitute, and I won't vote for this alternate, because I won't vote for a mandatory furlough that I don't think is fair, just to exempt a few people based on income. But I will support the resolution that will be introduced later in this meeting that we can discuss next week, that lays out a plan and that directs the mayor to work with staff to do a plan for voluntary time away. And then we can do a budget amendment. If we won't pass the substitute here, where we can fully fund pulling back from mandatory furloughs, we can do a budget amendment later to support voluntary time away.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bedar.
Thank you, Mayor. I again want to bring us back to what's before us, which is the ability to reduce the amount of furlough that is needed. We have a responsibility tonight. We may have another discussion with a resolution next week, but tonight our responsibility is to end the night with a balanced budget. And this reduces it without taking anything from the levy. With the amounts that you heard directly from the staff, are comfortable not having those amounts in their budget. So that's point one. I think even Alder agreed that reducing the furlough amount from $1.2 million to $1 million is a good thing. And I think to the mayor's comment about her executive ability to decide how the furlough program will be implemented. Not the time right now that I want to have that discussion, but all I would say is that the reason that the amendment mentions employees making less than $60,000 will take no furlough days is based actually on the email that the mayor sent us yesterday with what her plans were, which were 4 days for the band that was 75 to 175, 3 days for the band that was from 60 to 75, and 2 days from the band that was under $60,000. So I actually was taking what is being proposed and putting it in the budget. I do understand that there is never a way to really come up with a way where we understand the individual impact of a furlough on each individual staff. That is the case for any of these programs, because it is correct. I've had this discussion in my workplace. You could be the employee that makes less than $60,000 and be the partner of the employee that makes, $175,000. So it is correct that there are times in which kind of just using the amount that one makes doesn't particularly speak to all the other obligation or other situations in one's life. But unless we, again, did an individualized assessment of everybody's, incomes and life situations, it's very difficult to implement such a program for any organization in a way that you just have to implement it. So you try to arrive to what gives you the best sense of how fairly it's going to be distributed. And I think we can all generally say that, generally speaking, people who make less money are people who make less money. And so that's where it was coming from. So again, I hope that you will be supportive of this. We will have additional conversations around furloughs. I would just say that if I had been able to find $1 million additional somewhere, I would have found $1 million. And trust me, I tried. I slept with that budget in my hand. Just like luckily we were able to find $200,000. I don't like furloughs. I don't think anybody likes furloughs. So again, this was at this point in time to balance our budget for tonight's discussion. I think it's a good way for us to at least lessen the amount by $200,000. So I hope you will vote for it and support this as a way to move forward.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue. Oh, Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. This started with a contact from one of our labor representatives to me. How could we not have mandatory furloughs? And as Alder Kimball outlined, we went through several efforts and initiatives to try and get to a place where we accomplished that request. And we did find a way to accomplish the request. But then we ran into labor solidarity. You know, workers don't want to pit themselves against each other. And, you know, you can say why it is there. The conflict is there. I tend to agree with Alder Kimball, but at some point, you know, when we're trying to help somebody and then they're yelling at you because you're not helping, I had to stop. And that's why I had contacted staff to say all of us who were supporting it were willing to place the two original and the substitute on file. And then Alder Badar came up with this version. So yes, it's not perfect. Yes, it has mandatory furloughs. And yes, we should have a future conversation about how to implement a more voluntary program if we can. Because, you know, I was convinced from hearing from people that, you know, some people want more time off and they're willing to give up the wages because they have other needs. And I think that we'll get to what that looks like. Unfortunately, we're so tight, we just don't know that we could have paid for that if it wasn't enough, except through the way that we came up with. And we didn't know about the things that Alder Badar found. But anyway, I feel the conflict that this isn't, you know, perfect, but I think it's good. And I think it was important for the council to have a discussion so that it isn't just, you know, I get that we're not micromanaging the implementation of a program, but I think it's a policy discussion to say how we're protecting our workers who are our frontline staff in this incredibly crazy time, and we're all struggling. And so I'm really glad that we could have this conversation and try to work toward something better than where we started with. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Now I have no further alders in the queue. Is there any objection to me speaking from the chair? Seeing no objection, I just want to add a few things into the conversation. And first of all, I would agree with what's been said in that none of us want to have mandatory furloughs. In fact, I don't think any of us want to be in a position of even needing to ask for voluntary furloughs. But unfortunately, the pandemic has put our budget in a position that there is a lot of pain to be shared. And in proposing a furlough program, I am attempting to spread the pain around. We are asking our city finances to take a pretty substantial hit in the amount of reserves that we're using. We're asking the public to accept reductions in services, and we're asking our employees to take furloughs. And none of those things are good. None of those things are things that we want to do. But we are obliged to deliver a balanced budget, and there were very few options to make that possible this year. So this is a painful budget that no one will be happy with, but I think it does try and spread that pain around. In speaking to the question of voluntary leave without pay, that is currently an option for our employees. That is something that an individual employee can request and can work out a plan with their supervisor. We can have a further conversation about institutionalizing that a little bit more or making that more available or folks more aware of it. But that's something that currently is available to all of our employees. In terms of the structure of the program, I will say that if this amendment passes, and I don't object to the amendment, I appreciate Alder Badar's efforts to find other ways to fill the gap. I will certainly take into account what the council is recommending in terms of the number of days and who should take them. But I want to be clear that with or without this amendment, we don't know what next year is going to look like with respect to revenue. And one of the tools available to us to keep our budget in balance through the course of the year is furloughs. So it is certainly not my intention to have any employee take more than 4 furlough days throughout the course of the year. But I just want to be clear that just passing this amendment does not make that true. And that if we find ourselves in the position that we need to do more than that, we will have to do more than that to keep our budget balanced through the course of the year. And I also want to make it clear that if we don't need these savings, right, if something changes in our projection revenue or in federal aid or state aid, or if our financial situation changes, furloughs is absolutely one of the things that we'll revisit, right? We're not saying that we are absolutely locked in here. We're saying this is necessary given our projections currently. But if we, and I hope we do, I hope that we are in a much better financial situation come, I don't know, mid next year than we are now. And if we are, then we will absolutely revisit this question. We won't use them if we don't need to, but we may very well need to. And I just want everyone to be aware of that, and that I will be working closely with the finance department and the HR department throughout the course of the year to do the best we can to find the savings that we need while minimizing the impact on our employees. So with that, I have no other alders in the queue. The motion is to adopt the alternate amendment number 11. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? I see an objection, so we'll have a roll call vote. The motion is to adopt the alternate amendment number 11. I will ask staff to keep themselves muted as I unmute you all. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Skidmore? Skidmore? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Alder Skidmore, are you there?
Thanks for unmuting me. No.
Okay, no. Tierney?
Come back, please.
Sure. Verveer?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Abbas?
No.
No. Alboris?
Aye.
Aye. Balde?
No.
No. Bedar?
Aye.
Aye. Carter is excused. Evers?
Aye.
Aye. Foster?
Aye.
Aye. Furman?
Aye.
Aye. Harrington McKinney?
No.
No. Heck?
Aye.
Aye. Hennick?
No.
No. Kemble?
No.
No. Lemmer?
Aye.
Aye. Martin is excused. Presta Giacomo?
No.
No. Rummel?
Aye.
Aye. And Alder Tierney?
Aye.
Aye. That's 10 ayes and 7 noes.
With 10 ayes and 7 noes, the amendment fails. I'll mute you all again. Alder Kimball.
I'd like to move the substitute.
Is there a second? Alder Rummel will second. Alder Kimball, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, I would like to speak to it. This substitute implements or envisions a voluntary time away program that would be paid for, that would go towards the $1.2 million of savings in the budget for the furloughs that are mandatory furloughs that are currently budgeted for, and that any gap between the realized savings and the 1.2 million would be filled by cuts to the pre-service academy.
Thank you, Alder. Are there questions for staff? Seeing none, is there further discussion? Alder Rummel.
I wonder if we could add the cuts that were found in the previous amendment to this proposal, so to reduce the amount that we start with by 200,000. So if that's friendly to the body, I would add that, so at least it could be part of our discussion.
Alder Kimball, do you object? No objection from Alder Kimball. Is there any objection from the body to adding the $200,000 in cuts that were reflected in the alternate? If you can wave at me if you object. Not seeing any objection, so we'll consider that the motion. Alder Kimball, did you have anything further? All right, excuse me, Alder Rummel.
Not at this moment. I'll wait to hear the discussion.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Hennick.
Yes, sorry, that was a raised hand for a question for staff. I apologize, didn't get up soon enough.
Go ahead.
But yes, I was going to ask Chief Wall what kind of an impact this would have.
You should be unmuted.
Well, so we already have a $250,000 cut to the Service Academy based on one of the Finance Committee amendments. So that's shrinks the academy size already. And then, of course, we have $1 million cut in the executive budget that I will have to find that will probably be primarily unpaid furloughs for commission personnel, but also might impact the pre-service academy size. And so a further cut of the pre-service academy is really going to put us behind in terms of keeping up with our attrition. And we will really realize that in early 2022, when those officers would be finishing their training and coming solo, right about the time that we have to take over responsibility for the town of Madison. So in prior years, when we have not had the attrition built into our academy, we typically have significant overtime expenditures in the early part of that year because we just don't have the staffing. So I think the likeliest outcome would be in 2022 when we should be adding, because of the town of Madison will be remarkably short in terms of staffing and won't be able to catch up for another year, and we'll probably end up incurring a lot of overtime.
Alder Balde.
So I was just going to ask the finance department to give us a rundown of what this amendment means to the budget.
Mr. Schmidtke or Ms. Larson?
Alder Balde, can you repeat your question?
So I am not sure of the numbers about this amendment. I don't have it in front of me. So how does this impact the budget?
So the proposed furlough program reduces expenditures by $1.2 million. Under what Alder Rummel proposed, we would utilize savings from the clerk's office and direct appropriation, and we would reduce the amount of savings we need to realize through the furlough program by $200,000. So adoption of this amendment would not impact the amount of funding you have available under the levy limit, because it's a net neutral change.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for staff? Seeing none, is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, is there, Alder Lemmer.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the intent of having a voluntary furlough program, and I would love to support it, but we have a duty to deliver a balanced budget, and I just don't see how this accomplishes that. And I feel like it's neglectful of our responsibility to rely on something like this with so many unknowns, especially when we're counting on such a large amount of money. So I cannot support this. It's just not the right thing to do right now.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to go back to something that Alder Kimball said that I think really needs to be recognized. We're placed in this position because there's an empty seat at the table. Everyone, all our labor groups were invited to the table to help us through this budget. But there's an empty seat at the table. One of our labor groups was offered an opportunity where, by making a rather simple adjustment to the amount that the city would cover and the healthcare plan, would make the change that they agreed to in 2022 to be adopted in 2021. One of our other labor groups was made the same offer, and they agreed to it. But the one who occupies the empty seat refused. And our police chief now speaks of $1 million that he will have to somehow or another cut, and blogs about this, but does not acknowledge openly that the reason for that is that the police union refused to come to the table. That seat is empty. That's intransigence. That's the elephant in the room here. Now, I understand the solidarity by which the General Municipal Employees Union does not want to be pitted against the one who occupies, could be sitting at the table and working collectively to help us get through this difficult budget. I was in the Capitol in 2011 during Act 10, and when all the labor groups were marching in solidarity, including the fire department and the police department. And at that time, our police officers and firemen and firewomen were showing up for the municipal employees who were getting the shaft. But they were put on different tiers. The municipal employees are no longer allowed to negotiate their contract. The firemen and our police officers are. But in order for that to work, there needs to be true solidarity, and everybody sits at the table. But because of that, we're in this position, in this bind. And I just want everybody to understand that. did not need to be that way. It does not need to be that way. And in fact, the mayor continues to invite MPPOA to the table, and instead, she is met with vitriol. She's accused of demonizing the police department. This body is accused of demonizing the police department. And I don't think that's true. We are inviting the police department to the table. We would not be in this position if they had agreed to what the fire department agreed to. So somewhat reluctantly, perhaps because I don't like to go against the request of ASME, the General Municipal Employees Union, I'm going to support the substitute. And I would ask all of you to, and send a message to MPPOA to sit at the table and help us through this difficult budget. And quit playing games. We're all in this together. We're all in this together. We get through this pandemic together. That's been the message from the very beginning. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And so I'm going to preface this by saying I'll probably get tarred and feathered for this, but I'm not going to support it. And my questions arise against, are we all in this together? We cannot decide when we're going to play nice in the sandbox. It has been no solidarity. And so if we listen to the vitriol that has been spread throughout, I'm not supporting one way or the other. I'm just calling it as it is. There has been no solidarity. And the fact that the union dug in, what did you expect? And so I will not be supporting this because I will not be pulling additional dollars from the police budget. We are in a hard place. There is no easy way out. But I'm just saying, what did you expect? I will not be supporting it.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Hennick.
Yes, thank you. But I will not be supporting this. I didn't support the first one. I won't support this one. I just have to kind of respond to a couple of things that my colleagues have been saying about MPPOA not coming to the table. And I understand how you can see it that way. But when it comes down to it, that discussion didn't impact employee furloughs. It was a decision basically by MPPOA of whether the furlough days were going to come in the form of a furlough or in form of a contract negotiation. But it was only impacting the number of dollar cuts to the police department is the same. It's not affecting the rest of the budget. It's just where it comes from within their budget. So I just had to identify that because it seems like it's getting blown out of proportion a little bit. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. And I have no further alders in the queue. I anticipate a roll call will be requested. So the motion is on the substitute amendment number 11, incorporating the change in budget from the alternate number 11. Is everyone clear on the motion? Okay, so I'm going to ask staff to mute themselves as I unmute the Zoom. And all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Skidmore? Alder Skidmore? Alder Skidmore, are you there? All right, I'm gonna skip over you and come back. Alder Tierney?
No.
No. Verveer?
Aye.
Aye. Abbas?
No.
No. Alboris?
No.
No. Balde?
No.
No. Bidar?
No.
No. Carter is excused. Evers?
Aye.
Aye. Foster?
Aye.
Aye. Furman?
No.
No. Harrington McKinney?
No.
No. Heck?
No.
No. Hennick?
No.
No. Kemble?
Aye.
Aye. Lemmer?
No.
No. Martin is excused. Presta Giacomo?
Aye.
Aye. Rummel?
Aye.
Aye. And Alder Skidmore?
No.
No. Gotcha there. That's 6 ayes and 11 noes.
With 6 ayes and 11 noes, that amendment fails. I will mute you all again. All right. Are there any further motions? All right, so then we are back to the main motion, which is the 2021 executive operating budget as amended by the Finance Committee and then amended by action tonight. Are there questions or is there discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the operating budget? Alder Hennick?
I actually just had a comment. I just wanted to say that I'm proud to be voting for this budget. This was a very difficult budget. And I'm really impressed at how the city and mayor and alders came together to work towards something that the city can really work with and create a balanced budget. So I just wanted to say thank you to all my colleagues and the mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Is there any further discussion? Alder Bidar?
Thank you.
I just want to remind us that we do have one more vote after this. This is not the final item.
I realize that it's the vote that they're crunching right now, so I'm filibustering. So I do want to take an opportunity right now to actually just thank Laura Larson for all her work. This is her last budget with us, and she's been just an incredible asset to the city. And I just don't have enough to say about how she has changed over the years that she's been with us, the way that the budget is presented and how we talk about the budget and work through it. So thank you so much, Laura, for everything you've done for the city.
Thank you, Alder. There's a virtual round of applause for Laura. Alder, where did you go? Alder Verveer. I will say that Dave is ready. We don't need to filibuster, but Alder Verveer.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. We traditionally do our well-deserved thank yous under the discussion of the next item, the levy resolution. But since Alderperson Bidar was anxious to do it now, I just have to echo all of her comments. They're absolutely on point. Let me say at the outset more broadly, I want to thank all of the city staff for all of their work on this budget throughout the last many months, including especially the division department heads and budget contacts at each of the agencies that put in the extra long hours to make it possible where we find ourselves at this point tonight. And of course, a particular thank you to the finance department staff that we work so closely with on the budget team. And that would be, of course, the budget analysts, Steph Mabry and Ryan Pennington and Brent Sloat and Betsy York. It's always a pleasure working with them and appreciate their service, especially under tight deadlines. And then as to the leadership, of course, Finance Director Dave Schmidtke, and last but absolutely certainly not least, our absolutely fantastic budget and program evaluation manager, Laura Larson, who I know we are all going to miss so much, and I personally am going to miss her very deeply. Let me just say that, as some of you are well aware, I've had the honor of serving on the City Finance Committee for 25 years now. And Laura, in my estimation, almost single-handedly has revolutionized so much about our budget process in the last, 5-6 years. I think it was 2014 that Deb Simon took her well-deserved retirement from the position that Laura has now had for 5 to 6 years. I don't remember the exact dates. I think it was 2014. So I think this is Laura's sixth budget. She can correct me if I'm wrong. But I thought it would be so difficult finding someone to fill Deb Simon's huge shoes. And Laura has just been absolutely spectacular, particularly, let me say, in her top-notch service and her team's top-notch service. Some of the budget policy analysts come and go over the years, of course, but there's always just been tremendous leadership and tremendous service to the members of the Common Council, and I certainly know to the mayor and deputy mayors as well. So I don't blame you, Laura, for leaving and thinking that there are greener pasture over at the state DOA. I just can't imagine why you want to give this all up, and especially the late night meetings and dealing with 20 alders under very strict time pressures, corralling us to get our amendments finalized and so forth. But I can certainly appreciate that the major position that you've been offered at the state, leading the state capital budget efforts, is very important work. And I know public policy is what you really love. And well, I'm sure the State Building Commission you'll end up finding very boring compared to the many hours and long nights at City Finance Committee and Common Council meetings. So I just can't thank you enough. And I want to also recognize your partner, Nash, and say that I appreciate that he'll have you probably to enjoy in terms of more sensible work hours, more predictable work hours when you leave us in a few weeks' time. So, Laura, I just can't thank you enough and really appreciate your tremendous service to me personally, to City Hall, and to our community in the short time you've been with us. You've really accomplished so much. And let me just say, just alphabetizing the agencies in the budget presentation was monumental in my book. So thanks for everything, Laura. You'll really be missed. And best of luck over at DOA.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mine is more personal, and it's emotional. I so appreciate you, Laura, for spending time with me. I met you in 2015, and what we had in terms of the budget process was horrendous. But you personally, because all of us are not in the clusters of the budget. We were just not. I mean, put that out there. But you have been so generous with your time with me and stepping me through the pieces that I didn't understand. Never acknowledging that, don't you know this? And so for me, you have brought me to a level that I was not, and I appreciate it. We talk about inviting everybody to the table, but all of us are not invited to the table. You have always had an open door. You have always answered my questions, even when some of those questions didn't make sense. But you spent time with me, and I'm a better person for having you in the position that you are in. You will do great things. your humbleness and your tenacity and your all of that wrapped up into one. So for this one person, I so very much thank you for the time and investment that you poured into me. You did. You poured an investment into me, and I certainly appreciate you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no further alders in the queue. So the question is the operating budget as amended. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor. And we'll move on to our final items, which is agenda item number 4, Legistar 62892, which is the resolution that adopts the budget and authorizes the levy. And so we'll start with Mr. Schmidtke. If you could read us the numbers to fill in, please.
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor. So this is referencing the budget resolution, and you'll notice in it there's some blanks and so on. So the amount of the 2020 general property tax levy is $255,933,573. You'll also be adopting a supplemental increase in the allowable levy of $13,453. This levy will result in a tax rate of approximately 8.66 mils. That property tax levy is repeated again. And again on the last page of the resolution. And then in the last be it finally resolved clause, the maximum principal amount of general obligation indebtedness expected to be issued for the reimbursement of such expenditures is $184,125,875. Maximum principal amount of reimbursements for water utility expenditures in the adopted 2021 capital budget is $4,692,000. And the maximum principal amount of revenue bond indebtedness for the sewer utility expenditures included in the 2021 capital budget is $11,350,000. So that's the substitute budget resolution there.
Thank you. Did everybody get those numbers? Does anybody want them again? All right. So Vice President Abbas, I need a motion.
Mayor, I'll just remind you, you need to do the separation first.
Thank you. So we need to separate the second to last clause of this resolution that reads, be it further resolved, general debt reserves will be applied to reduce general fund debt service, but the city will not appropriate funds for an equal amount for capital projects. In order to do this, MGO section 4.17 requires that this paragraph be approved by a 2/3 vote of the council. So I believe the proper thing to do, Alder Abbas, is to move separation of that clause.
I move the separation of that clause.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any objection to separating that clause? Seeing no objection, the clause is separated. And so then on the clause, Vice President Abbas, a motion to approve.
A motion to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of approving that clause? Seeing no objection, that clause is approved by unanimous vote. We'll come back to the full resolution. Vice President Abbas, a motion to adopt.
Yes, motion to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt item number 4. Are there any questions? Is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor. And with the indulgence of the body, I'd like to say a few thank yous as well. starting with Dave and Laura and their staff in finance, without whom, of course, we couldn't get any of this done. But I also want to thank all of the department and division heads. This was a very, very difficult budget for them to put together, and it was a very big ask to have them present 5% cuts. I'm glad that we didn't have to take all of them, but I'm sorry for the ones that we did have to take. And none of this would have been possible if they didn't all dig deep and get very creative and find as many ways as possible to keep delivering the same excellent level of service that the city delivers on less money. And I know that that was a really hard process for all of the departments and divisions. And I want the staff, certainly department and division heads, but also their budget staff and their program staff, to know how much I appreciate, and I believe this whole council appreciates, the work that they did in putting their budget requests together and their potential cut submissions together as well. I'm hopeful that next year will be easier and that the economic outlook will get brighter over 2021, and that we will not be in this position going forward. But I'm really glad that we have a team here in the city and some really, really excellent and incredibly well-qualified staff that are working for us to help us put a budget like this together when we needed it. So thank you very much to everyone. And thanks too to the council for your work, the questions that you ask, the amendments that you offer. This is very much a collaborative process, and I appreciate your part in it as well. With that, we'll move to announcements and introductions of items from the floor. Alder Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to introduce Legistar File 62988, creating a voluntary time away program for City of Madison employees for 2021.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any objection to introducing the item? Seeing none, the item is introduced. Are there any other announcements or introductions? Seeing none, Vice President Abbas, a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adjourn, acknowledging that we miss Alder Moreland. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of adjournment? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned. Thank you all very much. Have a good night.